I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Mike. Mike. What day is it, Mike? What day is it, Mike? What day? Uh-oh.
It's Hump Day.
Hump Day! Hump Day! Huh? Anybody?
It's Hump Day.
Guess what day it is? I know you can hear me. Hump Day! Guess what day it is? What day is it, Mike?
Happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump Day!
Get happy. Get Geico.
It's Hump Day.
Hump Day!
Hot like a tamale!
Look at that big ass. Damn. Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking. Big booty.
Look at that big ass. Damn. Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking. Hot like a tamale!
Look at that big ass. Damn. Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking. Hot like a tamale!
Big, beautiful ass. Big, beautiful ass. Big, beautiful ass. Big, beautiful ass.
Look at that big ass. Damn. Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking. Hot like a tamale!
Look at that big ass. Damn. Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking. Big booty.
Look at that big ass. Damn. Big, juicy booty. Look at that big ass.
Twerking. Hot like a tamale!
Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Anybody? Mike. What day is it, Mike?
It's Hump Day.
Hump Day! Anybody? Uh-oh. Hump Day! Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Guess what today is? Mike. What day is it, Mike? Hump Day! What day is it, Mike?
Welcome to the show, everybody. It's me, Omerglitch, and let me bring in my guest. I'm not cool enough yet to have cool little intros for everybody, but I appreciate everyone. And let me bring in these gentlemen here. Let me bring in Rex, aka Double Flyer, and we've got Dale A. Thanks for
I
coming
was
on, Dale.
muted. It's fine. You don't need a
All right,
intro.
thanks for
And
having
here
me.
we have
Hey, Peter.
aka Pad, Peter A. DeLuca. What's going on, gentlemen? How are y'all? Everybody
Good.
staying warm? Everybody
barely.
freezing yet?
It's not that cold out here.
Yeah, I think I'm in South Texas, so we're at I think like 40 something, 46.
Wow. Okay. I know it's below freezing here. I don't know how cold, but it's cold.
Do you have to prep and get the water dripping?
Yeah, I finally did that. I didn't do that for about a whole week. It was fine.
Yeah, that's cool.
But the ground was still kind of warm, I think. Longer it went on, the more I kind of like, hump day, the Don says.
Yep. Yeah, there we go.
Jay Ryan
Hey,
in
Don,
the
how's
house.
it going?
Hey, Jay.
What is up?
Peter's
you,
already
sir.
streamed. I
Jay
came
Ryan.
off a stream. I was over at Hero Shack with Rick from Cross Comics.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Awesome. How'd that go for you?
Good. Yeah. But I said can't miss this stream. I got to draw, man. Started this piece on Topic List, so I'll work on that tonight.
Let's get a zoom in on that, Rex.
Zoom in, eh?
No?
Okay.
Let's see. Is that there? How do we make you bigger?
Just whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks cool. I saw you draw that out earlier somewhere, and it wasn't colored yet. Yeah, I was like,
Topic
he's
List.
doing multiple. He's doing multiple figures now. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It was on Topic List there.
Well, in the supplement, there's going to be 3 characters. There's going to be Bog here. There's going to be Dirty Joe, and then I'm going to have him holding, at least this is the plan, holding Cortex's brain in his hand.
Oh, that sounds awesome, dude.
In his claw. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds
doing
rad.
it on some of this expensive cardboard.
Yeah, the good stuff. You're working on the good stuff there.
Yeah, I've got pizza rounds, but I don't want to, step on Peter's toes too much.
Yeah.
He's like, send those to me. I'm like, hell no, I'm going to draw. I'm going to paint on. We're going to get on together and we're just going to slap some paint,
Yeah. Let's see. We got some other gentlemen in the chat. Always appreciate Hal Deer.
Hey,
He's
Hal.
an awesome mod and a great guy and a talented artist himself. And we got Woody M, as I like to call him, Woodham.
There you go.
Thanks for coming by, Woodham. And saying hello in the chat. Hey, Jay Ryan, if you want to come on, I don't know if you're in the green room for the show, but I'll send you a link if you're interested. Because you're a good artist yourself, sir. And let's see. We got Rex hailing the dawn. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Hail the dawn.
All right. So I've got this piece here. If you all remember back in the day, there was that Sailor Moon meme that was going around. This is maybe like 2006, 2008, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
And people were doing this Sailor Moon meme or whatever. And then it kind of got a little resurgence, like a little bit right before the pandemic. So I did this one where she's wearing a mask and the virus is coming towards her, which I thought was kind of funny.
Help me.
So I did those, and I did some of my characters in that meme because that was the thing. So you took the Sailor Moon and then you interpreted and put your character in it. So I did a glitch one. And then this is one of the villains for Glitch, which is Fat Man Fuego. And I'm going to eat these up tonight. And this one's a guy called Mr. Bombsack. And this is another character of mine called Kid Magnificent. And then here's another final character called the Fortune Cookie. So I'm probably going to start with that one and ink that one up.
Ancient Chinese
The
secret, huh?
fortune
Yeah, Fortune Cookie. Yeah, she's kind of nuts. She's kind of like my Electra, but really, she's going to be traumatized for a while, and she only speaks in fortune cookies. So over the years, I've collected hundreds of fortune cookie phrases from going to the restaurant, and I actually want to use them and glue them in
Research.
to
Oh, that's
her
cool.
to her text. But I don't know how big they'll show, like once they're reduced down. So I don't know. I might play with that and either like use them and then like maybe enlarge them in the word balloon. I don't know. But I kind of want to keep like the style of them. And I have, where do I have them? Yeah, they're underneath this board. So yeah, let me see if I can find them. I have a whole bag. Hold on. Let me see.
Very interesting.
How are we doing, guys?
Good, Peter.
Yeah, sorry. I am, doing a couple things, but I was listening. What I missed though? Anything good?
Nah, I'm just talking about a character of mine. So here's a bag. This is part of one bag of all these fortune cookies I've collected over the years.
Huh.
And so I'm hoping to use these as like, and it's going to be weird because some will be nonsensical, right? So like she'll be saying this and it'll be in a word balloon, but I think the text is too small. So I might have to like kind of adjust them and like enlarge them for the reproduction or the printing process. So I don't know, or maybe just copy what it says in the text and try to like have her talking these phrases.
Are
so
you
part
going
of
to do the lettering digitally?
well, yeah, some of it. Yeah, I like both hand lettering and digital lettering. So, yeah, so I'm kind of so like on my let me get this out here. On my ash can, like there's hand lettering and digital lettering, and not that my I don't know my hand lettering is okay. So like this is hand letter down here, or put created by or whatever.
There you go. Yeah,
but there's also digital lettering right there in those caption boxes.
Cool.
So, yeah, and this one's got all sorts of stuff. But this was kind of drawn to size, just a little bit bigger. So I might go back and redraw all these pages to 11 by 17. Yeah. Anyways, hey, Dale, I got an email for that comic you're sending me. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I sent yours out, and I sent out Halder as well. Hopefully,
Awesome.
he got the email notification.
Yeah, very cool. Thank you, sir.
They notified me that because of whether the shipments might be delayed. So
yeah, I figured
before too long.
Yeah. Cool. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Now, is that the same thing that's available on your website?
Yeah, that's the first one.
But it'll be cool. I'm like, it's awesome to have it printed. That's like a cool thing.
Yeah, I mean it's 36 pages. I think I only have 8 pages up on my website. So.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a whole PDF there.
Not the entire thing. I've got some other comics up on my website. Sword and Chivalry's got like 8 pages, I believe, and then 4 pages for Vampire Hunter Sodality. And then over on Global Comics, I have a different series that's up there, and then I reposted one that was originally published in a anthology a few years ago. So, but the link to my Global Comics is up on my website too, if you guys want to check it out.
Yeah, I'll bring it up right here. I'm
cool.
looking for all your stuff right now.
What the website was.
the-installation.com.
I try to bring up everybody's stuff at some point in the show
Oh, that's nice
because
of you. Thank you
people
very
are
much.
visual, and
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
we come from dumb ape monkeys, so sometimes we got to see things.
What the hell? Oh,
Except Rex, he comes from a species that's better than us. He's from the
it's
gods.
well, I mean, it may not be identified yet.
Yeah.
Unknown.
Let's see here. We'll
You go
share
home now.
screen. Here's Del A's website.
Oh, there it is.
And he's got free copies available that he's willing to send out to you if you sign up here.
Yeah, I should have 38 left. So
he's got 38 left, folks.
Yeah.
And here's a bunch of stuff he's done. Man, I really like this Vampire Hunter Sodality.
Yeah.
That looks cool.
Sodality, yeah. It's something that I've got a couple stories out there already. I should probably throw them up on my website or up on Global Comics. Yeah.
Yeah. Is this can I check
that's the one that I did last year. Go ahead and click on it. That's actually part of an anthology.
Okay, share. Wow.
Called Tales from the Dispatch. It was volume 5 that I submitted to. And that's just like a 10-page story. And then I also had I think it was a 14-page story that was published in one of the AAA Comics anthologies that I'm a member of a Discord in.
Okay, I'll bring up let me share this tab. Okay. So here's it is, but I can't shrink it. It's huge. And it looks awesome. I love that you put that Comics Code Authority there. That's pretty cool.
Oh no, that's actually
I don't know how to fit it to my screen.
I think my page shows up on it starts on like page 64 or something like that.
Oh, okay. Let me see. How do I find it?
Yeah, if you
wow, so it's an anthology. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, it's an anthology. There it is.
This one right here, 64. Again, I don't know how to reduce it.
Yeah, that's the problem with Global Comics. Though I'm sure they'll probably update it eventually, but the desktop.
But it looks cool. Like you can read it, right? It's cool that it's made so you can read it to size.
Yeah. I mean, it looks better if you're just viewing it on your own screen versus through a stream.
Yeah.
But ideally, the best way I've found to read on Global Comics is using the tablet. So,
what you working on tonight, Peter?
I am working on a glitch piece.
Okay, all right.
Why not? Right? We got to pump the stock for glitch.
Right.
So
I'm waiting for Rex to draw me one.
Pump the stock. Oh.
I originally
just don't pump and dump because that's illegal.
Yeah. Well,
you had a stream earlier, but I saw Peter Orchard, and for some reason it was telling me it was your channel, and I said, "Are you going to be drawing with us tonight?" In his chat before he started, he's probably confused as hell.
Levi.
But
hey, what's going on, guys?
Oh, Levi.
Hey, Levi. So you did a stream earlier, right, Peter?
No, I didn't. But
You didn't? You call me a liar? What the hell?
No, I did not. No.
What? Okay, wait a minute. I'm gonna have to look that up. I've got that in my
head. We had 2 video drops today. 2 podcast episodes dropped today.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that was it. It was a video drop, not live.
Yeah. So we did a
That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, and then I thought I was going to get this done days ago, but I was going to do a bog piece tonight.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
So, but I will. I guess just stay tuned for that. Maybe I'll stream that, or maybe I'll come on your show for that one.
Right? Hey, that'd be awesome. Yeah,
that's awesome.
I've been wanting
Congrats
to do some
on that,
draws.
Rex.
Been wanting to do some draw streams.
Yeah, just because I don't know. I'm trying to like make a little bit. I know, like I feel so bad every time Levi hits me up. I'm like, literally, it's like something else is happening. But I want to do Levi's. I want to do yours. I want to keep doing this on like Wednesdays and I don't know,
Cool.
just kind of like, but draw your guys stuff.
We missed you last week.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, last week was it was fun, but it was like panic week too because I had so much going on.
Yeah.
Greetings to Mama Donna. Don, thank you.
Mama
Jay Ryan, he did this this whole meme thing that I'm kind of drawing over here. I'll see if I can bring it up in a little bit here. Yeah, his looks really great. It's really cool. Dale, any last words on your website here you want to share with us?
Yeah, check it out. I'm actually going to
No, you're
have
good.
some more Vampire Hunter Sodality coming out this year on Global Comics. So,
Hey, I got something to say about Dale's comic.
Okay.
Go for it.
If you're a fan of cheese, I recommend this book.
Wow.
Jeez.
Okay. I was wondering, what is the book about? What's your pitch? Let's hit it.
Hit it. Hit it.
Here's your opportunity.
Pitch it to a whole new audience.
Exactly.
Yeah, cheese does play a
cameo
in Sword and Chivalry.
But not all cheese is equal.
It's
like cheddar, Limburg,
It's a classic story about knights versus giants. Knights versus giants.
Okay. Yeah, but I wanted to hear it from him, not you, Levi. He's got to practice his pitch,
Oh, okay.
Dale Haldir says he's got his shipping email sent to you.
Excellent. Good to hear, Haldir. Hopefully we'll get to you before too long.
Then don't forget to sign up for Galaxy Memorial Park also.
Oh, yeah.
That's Levi's
coming up.
Book.
That's some real cheese.
All right, you ready for the pitch, Dale? You're going to pitch us. Which one are you going to pitch us? You talked a little bit about Vampire Hunter already.
Sure, yeah.
Pitch us both of them. What's tell us about your books.
Oh boy, the pressure's on now. Yeah, Sword and Chivalry is a medieval, not kind of a fantasy. I would call it more of an Arthurian romance, and they use the term romance differently. Back in those days, romance meant more of an adventure story rather than, love. And it's set in like an alternate world England, where King Arthur was actually the king, but this would be 500 years afterwards.
Okay.
So it's not a widespread epic story. It concentrates on a knight who's sent to
30 seconds. You got 30 seconds, buddy. Let's go. Come on.
A nunnery in the mountains, and he's not sure if he likes it. And then they raise goats there, and one of the goats disappears, so he has to go hunt it down. Adventure ensues.
And then we get to the cheese. Or somebody cuts the cheese.
That's the secret twist. You'll have to
exciting.
Pick up a copy for yourself.
Excellent. What about the Vampire Hunter?
There's no cheese in any of the vampire stories yet, but stay tuned. I will work it in there.
Okay.
Let me Google blood cheese really quick here.
If you wanna follow terrible. Dale on X, this is his Twitter account.
Yep, and installation, because the installation was taken, so it's an installation.
Yeah, there he is. All right. I'm gonna bring up. Let me get to Levi's here.
How's 2025 going for you, Levi?
Doing pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Getting some stuff done.
Yes. Yeah, the last couple of months, I've just been concentrating on nothing but doing comics.
There you go.
And I hope I can maintain that throughout the year. Ramp it up.
Oh yeah. Awesome.
And, you know, let's face it, the weather is sucky outside. I mean, it's winter. You know, what else you got to do?
It was under 30 all week in Philly.
Yeah, that's been about here too. It's cold.
And the
I saw one of your posts, Peter. It was white as snow, like your view outside, all the buildings.
Yeah,
that looked awesome.
Yeah,
sir.
On Monday I was like, oh, let me do like Saina the Barbarian, because I just thought, you know, but that whole thing was like, I don't know. I thought it was proper. I thought the city was covered, so it was like, hey, you know, let's talk Christmas comics.
Yeah, super cool. Look at that. It's a
like
masterpiece
Christmas.
right there.
I watched
greater.
that one.
You're greater than Picasso, man. That's.
Hey, Picasso knew how to party. He is one of my guys. That is a absolute compliment.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I probably
Van
studied
Gogh.
Picasso more than any other artist, except for maybe Vincent. You know.
Yeah,
Levi over here doing pages. He's doing the Lord's work right there. Look at that. He's doing the grunt work. Man, I love that third panel, that second panel down.
I would be doing pages, but I first have to find the paper.
Oh man, we gotta send. Rex
No, I got the paper. I just gotta find it, you know, and then I'll start my 2-page spread.
You got 11 by 17 boards, comic boards there.
I do. I just have to find them.
Okay. Never hurts to have more. Back in the day when I was in my 30s and had a good income coming in, I ordered me 2 500 packs of the Blue Line boards. Yeah. Or 200 packs or 250 packs. I don't know.
Can you imagine what that would cost nowadays? Now that the cost and shipping and everything's went up too.
I think it was like almost $50, $60, $70 back then.
Whoa.
But the more you ordered, the cheaper it was, you know, like
yeah, that's the way to do it. Order in bulk. You're going to use it. And it's not going to go bad. It's archival safe.
Right. And then there's of course there's the 24 or the 20-page packs that you can buy at like Hobby Lobby and Michael's.
Right.
Yeah, so there's those which
I
have right here.
We've got
which
them.
are always on sale. They're always on sale. There are these right here. Oh, I'm digging myself here for a second.
Hobby Lobby has cut back, I think, on their paper stuff around here anyway.
Yeah, so there's this stuff here.
Oh yeah, you can.
Oh yeah, I've gotten a few of those. Yeah.
It's way more accessible now. I in Jersey, I used to drive to a comic shop that was like probably 45 minutes away from mine because they were like the first people to stock the Blue Line pages.
Yeah, it was impossible to get back in the day. You could only order it from them. It was
or like you would have to know to buy like because I think they advertised in the Comics Journal, like somewhere, and so like you even have to know like where to go to even call them or call them, and they would tell you like who sold your stuff in the area. Yeah, but yeah, it's I say it's a little bit more like open now though.
All right, I'm gonna do a little inking and then we'll I'll show.
Don't you threaten us with a good time.
I'll show Jay Ryan's artwork that he sent over on X, and then we'll preview Levi's website and all that good stuff there. Let's see what we got here.
he gets
Oh, Haldier.
preferential
Haldier
treatment.
says he needs to try some good art paper. My mouse not working. Oh.
Levi, he called you
Yes.
out last
You
week.
should try some good art paper. I'm using a
Homer
$4
said
sketchbook
Levi
from
needs to
Dollar
put
Store.
up
Yeah.
more content on his channel. He said that last week. I remember.
Hmm.
You remember saying that, Homer?
Mhm.
Huh? Or have you conveniently
Yes,
forgot?
sir.
He wants to see more content.
No,
out of you.
I tell Levi all the time.
Okay. All right. Just so as you know. I don't want him hearing after the fact, that Homer said this and Homer said this. All of a sudden, he doesn't want to come on the channel because Homer said it.
Oh,
I missed on Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Because we were doing the art thing and we went pretty long, huh, Levi? We're what, 3 hours in, I think, something like that.
Yeah, like 3.5 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
On pills.
Yeah. So Levi's
Yeah.
stealing me from you, Rex.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was pretty burned out. I ended up
Yeah, me too, man. Honestly.
Had to go to bed with an ice pack on my neck.
Wow.
Wow.
Got to suffer for that artwork, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. Homer, you keep this up with these guys, and it'll be 5 Strokes Studios.
I hope not.
Yeah. My wife hoped.
I just got that.
Levi's too good a guy. We need him around. He's got a comic to make. He's got legacy to leave.
Slave driver.
Hey, my wife can only hope that I get up to 5 strokes.
Wow.
But
I got that. It took me a minute.
Yeah.
She called me 3 strokes before my strokes.
Peter's like 5 minutes from now. Oh, I get that.
Yeah.
That was a pump and dump innuendo there, huh?
Wow.
Yep.
Pump and dump.
God. Yeah, well, it's perfect for the Hump Day show,
Or the way I would say it is,
it's full of.
Oh, yeah. If I do that, I got to change my shorts. I'm just saying. You get to that age,
Yeah.
No.
Everybody's wearing the Depends here soon, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? Well, we got Biden, and he's kind of my role model for that one.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we.
Dale, you drawing anything with us?
I am. I'm kind of rough penciling page 5 of my next Vampire Hunter Fidelity story called Red River.
Awesome.
Ooh.
There you go. He's feeding the beast.
Yeah.
So did you all see earlier this morning Dan Fraga was drawing with Ethan?
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
no
I heard that he did. I noticed both his streams. He did one. He's done 2 streams now.
Yeah.
Like so.
Fraga?
Yep.
Yeah.
So
he's got
maybe
a couple new things up.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling better.
Yeah. Well, he's working on the book, so that's great. That's
good
cool.
sign. Yeah, good sign.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get it in 6 years.
Maybe. I mean, I've already waited 6. Well, it seems like that anyway. But.
Right. It's 4 years, going on 4 years.
That's all right. I've got T-shirts and shot glasses and all kinds of stuff that I bought from him. So we'll see. It'll eventually get here.
Yeah.
What was that campaign? 2020 originally, wasn't it? Or was it earlier?
I forget.
No.
I mean, I think it was 2021 probably. But
Well, hey, speaking of fulfilled campaigns, I got a Gemini in the mail today.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Was it from your boy Zach?
Nope. It was Tin Soldier.
Oh, cool.
Nicholas Gear.
Oh, That's a cool looking book.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
That
good, yeah.
is, yeah, that's a cool character.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, he just closed the campaign down, a little while ago. There's Kid Fury, isn't it?
Yeah.
is that public domain? Is this like public domain stuff? Or
Yes.
okay, yeah.
This one is. Yeah. These are original.
Who? Oh, and that's U.S. Assassin, right? Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Mark asked me to design trading cards, and one of them, I think one of them was this guy.
They
That's
come
why.
with a bunch of stuff in them.
Really cool looking. I just like the look of that character. Oh yeah, that's the one I've seen.
Yeah. That's Alan Goldman.
Does he work with Mark Poulton? Is this stuff
I think
related to?
I used that for Mark sent that to me for a trading card. Yeah, like he's doing like a subset or legendary hero trading cards, and that's why. Yeah, that.
Oh, okay.
I guess I input the two together. Who did that cover though? Who did the one with U.S. Assassin?
This is Andrew and Splash.
Oh, jeez, I don't even know.
So 2 seconds.
That looks awesome. Good colors, good cover, good art.
Andrew Magnum.
I don't even know. Yeah. I cannot keep. I get so frustrated because I cannot keep track of like all of you. Like everyone here is so much better with tracking who's who and what's what. That's a nice inside cover too.
Oh yeah, he's been leveling up.
This is I think the interiors on this one are done by Mike McMahon because it's got the what's that character? The U.S. Assassin? Is that who that is?
Yeah. That is like co-creation with Mark. Yeah.
I ordered that one too with Mark, and I guess they're a couple pages away from getting it finished. So that one should be showing up in a month or two too, as well. Hopefully, it did come with this cool little freaking coin.
Oh, nice.
Is that a coin?
Oh, that looks cool. Oh wow, look at that.
Those things aren't cheap to make. I mean, it adds up.
Yeah.
Especially on smaller campaigns. So they've done a great job with it.
Cool. Very cool.
Omer, I think your tea's ready.
Nope. Is it going? You hear it?
Yeah.
Sorry,
Not
guys.
anymore, though.
I thought it was a train coming to a screeching halt.
Oh, I thought that was someone's mic. I was about to.
It's something to do with Omer's. It comes across. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but what's weird is I don't hear it on the playback.
Right.
So at least I haven't been able to hear it. I don't know.
Torture your panelist. Rex belly button get a leak again. Shelby says.
Is anyone using a analog cable, or are we all using USB cables?
I'm doing Wi-Fi. I probably should use a cable.
Well, I mean for mics. Does anyone?
Yeah, I'm plugged in with headphones.
Yeah. I'm using the old megaphone.
Yeah, you're using. I would say. Yeah, maybe anyone with a headset, maybe anyone that has, just go through the factors.
Mm.
It's
You didn't tell me Shelby was gonna watch. Now I'm all nervous.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Caleb.
Oh, Shelby.
We actually get pretty good views, pretty on rewatches and stuff, don't we, Homer?
Yeah.
Been knocking it out of the park, I think.
Good. You know what?
What's up, Caleb?
There's a lot of people streaming, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah.
On Wednesdays.
Shelby is judging. Yes.
Yeah, I would say Shelby has earned the right to judge us.
Oh, Shelby's on a rocket to outer space, man. He's so good.
I would say screw Shelby. How about that?
No, you can't say
he
that.
He ain't gonna
Shelby.
judge nothing.
Hey, Shelby's the homage king, man. I love Shelby's homages. Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're gonna bring that up again. Way to sore point. Good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't like. Yeah. We don't like the homage.
I'm just too poor to afford any of Shelby's stuff because it's so Gucci, you know.
Gucci. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Shelby's got that Gucci eBay market going off his website.
I'm glad somebody does.
Big cartel.
AmericanDiscord.BigCartel.com.
Yeah. Drop the link in the chat, Shelby.
Shelby, you going to be on the Red Valkyrie auction this time? They were having.
I think I saw his name on there. Yeah.
Duck Bacon in the house. Hey, Duck.
What up, Duck? What up,
Mr. Bacon?
You're always welcome on here, sir.
Yeah, I got to get Duck on to talk about his comic. You know, on Fun My Comic.
Duck has a Duck Bacon. You have a comic on Fun My Comic?
I believe he does.
I think you might be confusing him with.
Maybe
I don't know. Maybe I'm
don't
wrong.
call me out for it. Damn,
No,
you're gonna learn one of these days. I don't know, man.
Rex is totally right. Yes, Duck.
I am right. No confirmation yet. Okay, I thought Doug Bacon had.
I think nowadays I just assume that everybody's in the process of doing it or has one going already.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what? You know, if anything's come about on this, Levi, you know, there's a lot of people that weren't comic creators and they never considered doing a comic, and now they're doing it because of crowdfunding, and I think that's cool. You know, that actually people that had never considered it before said, "Yeah, I'll try my hand at that." You know, that's pretty neat, I think.
Yeah, it's an awesome time to be alive.
Yeah, 2025. My work is top secret right now. Okay, well, I was getting him confused with Warrior Drake. Who does Warrior Drake over there on
Alphamat? I think that's how you pronounce it.
Okay, so it's not Doug Bacon? Okay. Well, maybe I'm just anticipating great things out of Doug Bacon, you know.
I mean, Doug, he's super quick. He would be good with crowdfunding.
The future is ours, my friend. The future is ours. We need to be toasting a cheer, you know, tonight. Here's to 2025, you know, making comics real entertainment again. Oh, you scoff now, my friend Levi.
I was breathing.
It's going to happen. Oh, yeah, you know, let me have 3 strokes and then maybe I'll start to breathe like that. Wheeze! You know, be like Luke Stone, you know, just wheeze it out every day.
What is up, Duck Bacon? Sorry, I just saw Duck in the chat.
There you go.
Never thought I would love my CPAP machine as much as I love my wife.
Yeah. You're probably closer in some ways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did prison ministry with some, you know, older men that we'd go to sleep at night, and we all slept in like a dorm or something, whatever they had for us. You had 3 or 4 of them hooked up. It looked like an experiment going on.
Yeah, it does. We're over there just.
Yeah. Luke, I am not your father.
Yeah. My wife does call it my Darth Vader mask.
Uh-huh.
Well, this sucks. I will spend a chunk of time doing blacks, so I'm not going to have anything interesting to work on.
I know Shelby earlier. He was doing a lot of inking.
The
of course,
best laid plans of mice and men.
if Shelby wants a link to hang out here, that would be great.
Wow.
I'd love to have Shelby on. I want to be like a cool kid like Shelby.
He's a fan.
Throw
a bone, Shelby. Throw a bone.
Throw a bone to us peasants down here, Shelby.
Hellboy.
Oh, he just finished his Hellboy. Okay.
Awesome.
I guess he's gonna have dinner now, or he's gonna drink some water so he can keep those
Dinner
abs.
to him's like a Twinkie or something, something.
Oh, he's taking his diet somewhat seriously now that he's been sick.
Well, that's true. Yeah, he lost like 30 pounds.
Yeah. He's got to keep those washboards abs for his wife.
Take a shower. He'll lose 2 more pounds in the shower.
Did you break out the big brush, Peter?
I have a number 4 round.
He's got to keep those abs because he makes his wife wash the clothes on those abs.
Shelby, I saw your cover for what book was it? It was a Virgin cover. What was that?
Downcast.
Downcast. Yeah.
Downcast,
awesome
yeah.
stuff, man. Awesome.
Yeah, it looks great.
It looks great, man. I wish I'd backed it. Well, I mean, it's up on Fund My Comic right now.
I got my copy of Downcast 4 today.
Congratulations. Hey, Belmont. Justin Belmont in the house.
What's up, Belmont?
All the cool kids are here. Almost.
Hey, Peter, you ever tried
go ahead.
A Q-tip?
A
Q-tip?
Yeah, I got one. I got a couple of them right next to me.
Got you.
I don't like I never liked the control for Q-tips. I saw someone on Insta doing Kirby Crackle with Q-tips.
Nice.
And I'm like, mother, like that was like such a revelation because I'm like, I'm like, holy crap! And it was like a big spread too, and I'm just like, oh, I wish I knew that. I wish I thought of that.
Right. There's several pieces.
I love a big spread.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey-oh.
Well, I was gonna say I got a slot on the Red Valkyrie auction for
you did.
the 11th. I did.
Oh,
and I will be selling the fan artwork here of Pencils Down, so I can send it towards Belmont for his little girl. And let me share the artwork here.
And I've got USA Assassin Originals from 1 and 2, issue 1 and 2, if you want to see them.
Oh, no way.
I may have. Oh, yes way.
Yeah.
So this will be up for auction. Let me just show this real quick, and then we'll go to you, Rex.
Okay.
That'll be up for auction on Red Valkyrie. Hopefully we can get, a couple of bucks. I'm going to start at, $20 on it. It's not a full size piece of artwork, so it's a little bit bigger than, I believe it's roughly 11 by maybe 6.5 inches. So, all right, let's see. Rex wanted to share something.
Oh yeah. I bought this stuff on an auction. Here we go. And I'm not sure what is issue 1, issue 2, but some Mike Mayhem of USA Assassin artwork.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Here's a page. Here's definitely a Todd McFarlane eyeball here.
Very cool.
Oh yeah. Yeah, very cool.
Oh, looks good.
And here, this does have the bazooka dog here.
Oh no, I love that.
Yeah,
character,
that's a cool
Bazooka Dog.
character, that dog.
Yeah.
And that's Slither, right?
Slither. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your
that's
word
the,
on that.
Yeah, that's the snake-looking dude.
Here we go. Yeah, I was fortunate to, be able to get something for Mike.
Peter, did you say you were doing cards for that series?
Yeah, I did. Well, I think I've done all of the U.S. Assassin design work, like every book. I don't know if I've done like volume 1, but
Production artwork.
I just finished a art of book for Mark. That's the art of Mike McCone.
Nice.
So yeah, that should be about 48 pages.
Get your own head sketch.
It's going to be hardback. Here you go. Yeah. But yeah, he's like Mike has, because I went through so much of his artwork. He's got like real growth. Like from his.
I got real growth too. It's
yeah.
between my legs.
Yeah, but yeah, Mike puts in the work. Like he's someone where you're like, if he was full time, like he would be at a different place.
Right.
But that's a good book too. Mark's a solid writer.
That's a common theme with artists in the comic book industry. If they just had enough, if everybody was just able to quit their effing job, and sit down for 6 months at the table, they would be like, "Fuck, I'm way better now."
Yeah, I mean, like I think
sure, Levi. Sure, you just keep thinking that, Levi. That's it has nothing to do with talent.
It doesn't. It has everything to do with time on task.
Yeah, I think there's.
I'm just teasing.
There's a lot of that I 100% agree with, and like it's just, when Mark gave me that assignment, and he's like, "Hey, like, can you like put this together? Like, we want it designed," and I'm like, "Look, like, so with the art of edition." I pitched to Mark. I'm like, can I do like a designer edition? Because I want to do an art of book that highlights, like things that you would not normally see with the printed page. Because like Mike really puts in effort on texture. He puts in effort on like overall technique. He's got a lot of different line patterns and things like that. So there should be like a printed version that's going to be like 48 pages hardcover, and if I get it done in time, there might be like an 80 or 90 page, like it's like a PDF at least that kind of just puts together, just like because like I don't like artist editions. I don't like the like those big books because I don't think they drive the focus of what could. Like of how you could improve or things that you could focus on. I think it's like too much sometimes. I think the bandwidth is too much. And if you're just looking at a piece of artwork, like you don't know, like your eye doesn't know where to go sometimes. So with his, like a lot of the intention was to change the focus of the eye and make you kind of like pay attention to parts of his because he's great with detail too. But I don't know. Like it's tough though. Like it's tough knowing that like everyone on this panel should be full time.
It's a bummer. I almost ordered that art book. By the time I was looking at everything that I'd purchased on that campaign, I was like,
yeah,
I'm just kidding,
Well, it's I mean, I know Mark's going to send me comps. Like I'll probably do a video on it, but I was trying to draft like a couple videos leading into like my decisions for that art book because like I just think some of the focus needs to show. I think people have so much attention on like one-to-one reproduction of comic book artwork, and it's fun to look at, but I don't know. Like maybe we need to be told where to look sometimes on pages.
Right.
It's a bigger idea. Yeah.
Yeah, what she said.
Yeah.
No. I think you're on point there. You're trying to find the nooks and crannies of how things work. You're trying to look for that understanding, that higher elevation of what makes art rise to the top.
I'm trying to figure out a way to showcase what cannot be like described, kind of.
Yeah.
Like it's
There's some intangible things in art that you can't necessarily verbalize all the time.
But I will say this, and I know Levi has it. Levi has the Todd McFarlane edition for those big books.
Yeah,
right.
it's obnoxious.
Yeah. So like that might be one of the ones I would own, and I would probably pay the money at this point if the Spawn Volume 1 and Volume 2 kind of came down in price just a little.
The only downside on it is it's just obnoxiously big. I wish he would have just kept it the size of the other books.
Yeah.
So,
I wish it was the same size as the Jim Lee book, because it would be nice to have them both together. Like, they're just so damn huge.
Yeah.
I hear the Eric Larson Savage Dragon one is pretty good.
Yeah, I've seen some people repost that. I mean, I think if it's early Savage Dragon, like 100%, because he's got great cross hatching, he's got zipatones, and like that era of Larson is there. Like
you guys ever seen him hold his pencil?
Yeah. It's almost like that.
It's freaking weird, man. Yeah, he like monkey clubs it or something.
Dude, yeah, it's Levi, when we were last talking, you said you were at that Philly show, and he was at that. I remember him at that Philly show.
Well, I've never been to Philly, but Emerald City Comic Con, for sure.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it was someone else on the panel at the time, but he was I was a kid and he was in Philly and I saw him hold, and I'm just like, what the, like it kind of like blew my mind. I couldn't believe that's how he held his and I think he had like a pen nib, and I'm just like, how's he holding a pen nib like that? It's insane.
Yeah, I met him in San Diego Comic Con 2015. Like, and I have a video of him drawing, and we're talking about a future issue of Savage Dragon, and he's like, "You're not gonna post this right away soon, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, it'll be a couple months from now." Like, I just don't want people to see this page yet. And he was working on one of the pages for Savage Dragon.
Then why are you? If no
I made him.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, go right ahead, man.
Oh no, I was going to say if you're at a convention working on the page, how can you be upset that no one's supposed to like take a picture and don't work on your secret pages at conventions.
Yeah. I made him autograph my rejection letter.
Oh yeah. Nice.
You guys remember that contest he did for invent a character for Savage Dragon?
Yeah.
Get it in the book.
Yeah,
the one I turned in was I turned in a dog character. So mine was he's the characters in Galaxy Memorial, my book, Billy Canine.
Nice.
So the origin is a boy and his dog go to the park to throw a frisbee around. The dog comes back, boy throws the frisbee too far into the bushes. Dog comes back with the frisbee, except it's not a frisbee, it's a miniature alien ship. And the aliens, in self-defense, fire a beam at the kid and the dog and fuse them together to form the superhero Billy Canine.
There you go.
So Yeah. So I go up in line and he's at the image booth and he's sitting right beside Ryan Otley and somebody else. And I go, explain to him this, this is the drawing, this is, the rejection letter. And I said, hey, can you sign it, to Levi? This character still sucks, Eric Larson. And he did it. So I got a little blurb on the original. But the funny thing is when I was explaining the story, Ryan Otley turned to him and said, you rejected me as well,
Yeah.
Duck Bacon is saying that Larson peaked at Marvel. His best work was before Dragon, and that's a fair, like his Doom Patrol is great. What
or his
talks about anymore.
Didn't he do this like a Sinister Six run on Spider-Man that had Ghost Rider and something else? It was absolutely bitching.
Post Todd McFarlane.
Yes, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then I believe it might have been issue 14. Like Todd McFarlane, like supposedly broke his hand or busted one of his joints playing baseball, and he had to take a month off. And Larson came in and did like a Beast issue. That was rocking. Yeah, and that's a great cover too. It's a yellow cover and it's the blue Beast, and like. No, I said like that's a fair position because he even did the Incredible Hulk around the time Todd was, and so there was like this era where you could really compare how Larson handled it versus Todd McFarlane.
Honestly, the only book I didn't like Larson on was the issues that he did of Punisher.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's because Wells Portacio was so like defining, and then you also had Jim Lee. Like you had Hump Studios that took over the look of that character.
Yeah, and then he just threw Eric Larson right in the middle of that run, or right after somebody as the follow up, and it's just it didn't mesh. It didn't.
It was the Shadow Hunters or the Shadow Masters that really like his ninja foil.
Right.
Yeah, and that was there's a really good prestige format, like one shot that kind of sets up the Larson issues.
Mm-hmm.
But Larson also, when he was, I guess, like to bring attention to himself, he did a run where he was writing Wolverine, he was writing Aquaman for DC, and that's like his writing's pretty good because when he was on Wolverine, I think Jeff Matsuda was drawing that from Extreme Studios, and they put Wolverine in space and did like a bunch of like funky stuff. But it was good. It was a good change for the character at the time. And then like I don't know if he ever he did a Nova series, like Nova Volume 3 might have been, or Volume 2 with Joe. I forget who was drawing that, but his writing, like in the mid 2000s, is pretty good too.
Carrie showed up. Let's go,
Hey, Carrie.
Marcus, I don't like Larson. Larson's divisive though. Like I get it, dude. Little bit of a weirdo as well at this point.
Is he?
Yeah.
Do you think he's aged himself out? Like he's trying to do these young comic characters and stuff, and it's just like it's. I don't know. Like he's lost touch.
Yeah, you can argue that he's out of touch. I mean, he transformed one like a great superhero adventure comic where anything could happen any month into into like Penthouse, into Hustler. Like the modern day Savage Dragon is, I don't know.
Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. It's like it's almost like
Omer, you haven't heard about the the Savage Dragon's kid and the little
Yeah,
dragon
Malcolm
female.
Dragon. Yeah, and the little Asian wife.
Well, I don't know, but there was a scene in the book where there was a fellatio involved.
Yeah, and other things. Yeah.
Yeah, they're banging throughout the whole city. Yeah, I think I actually have the comic. I was just kind of like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
And it wasn't just like one issue; it was multiple issues. So
Yeah, I
like
mean,
it was a running theme in the show that they just kept banging. And
Yeah,
they had like triplets, and they had twins, and there was a whole.
which is like I feel like what he did, like he made he made Dragon more into a believable legacy character than Valentino did with Shadowhawk, more so than Tom McFarlane did with Spawn. And by legacy, I mean that the mantle stays the same, but it's a different person, essentially, different alter ego. But Larson had it. Like he transitioned from regular Savage Dragon to Malcolm or the son.
Malcolm Dragon,
Yeah, like that transition's there.
Yeah, and it worked. It wasn't that bad. I thought it was cool. I bought in.
Yeah, and
but
then it got funky.
Yeah, once they're which like I get it. You don't just have to show it though. You don't have to show it all. That's the main thing. Like they're building a family. They're young. You know what I mean? And that stuff happens. But we don't have to see it all. Like yeah. Anyways, that's my take on it.
Yeah. Hot take.
Yeah, I don't even know it was hot. It was gratuitous and obscene, but
you bought it anyway. Got it.
Well, it was in my pull list, and I didn't know what was in the content, for a while.
Try and give me the benefit of the doubt and see what happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't even realize that people were talking about it. I was like, well, at the same time, everybody's grown up with it, so I doubt kids are buying it. But at the same time, you're still dealing with kind of a kids media, I guess.
But that's kind of like that to me. That's the symptom, right? Like the symptom is that you're able to make your character into a hardcore XXX comic because there's no young kids going into comic shops anymore. Like
right.
Like it's and the symptom. Right, part of the symptom for like success should be you make books for kids. Like you make books for at least like teenagers, right? Like you make books for an audience that can grow up with the books. And we see just through like Larson's Savage Dragon art that even he knows like there's no kids going to comic shops. So whatever.
And I mean, you could argue this too, because manga doesn't care. Like they'll make comics that are specifically for adults. So why are we looking at Eric Larson's stuff so harshly? It's an American perspective, I guess.
Well, but manga they have a readership that's super young to adult, and the American comic book market does not. So. Right. Yeah, which is like like it's really different markets, it's different cultures. What catches on in Japan doesn't always catch on here in the U.S., which is why publishing those books it's risky. But I don't know, like that's the market now, though. Yeah.
One
Shadow,
thought about
if you're still around, good night, buddy. Duck saying hello to Carrie. Hello, Carrie. Hello, Rob Lewis, Marcus.
I think it would be different if Larson started a different comic series rather than transformed Savage Dragon because I mean it got pretty rated M for mature like a few years into the run, but it's a different thing. It's not like Japan may have porno manga, but they don't take One Piece and turn it into a adults only comic.
Right. Yeah. and to find, I mean, I can't, I don't think there's many examples of of a character that went from being like PG-13 into like kind of like hardcore stuff. And right, because then it's like, how do you go back? And that's so, and I think he's what, like 3 years out from issue 300. So it's still like another 3 years, and I don't know if he can cycle the character back to center. And there's no, I don't think there's any examples of that either. That's like a
Well,
really
I
good
mean,
point.
one thing he did is he went political with this creation.
Yes.
As well on the
Yeah,
cover, you
there's
know,
that too, yeah.
first endorsing Biden and then endorsing, you know, that kills part of your readership right there, no matter who you are, even if you sided with Trump. You see what I'm saying? Whether you're right or left.
I mean, it would almost be, because of social media, it's hard to separate these guys from the printed page to their like personalities, or if they're pretending to be someone online. But you could buy that Obama cover and be like, okay, like whatever. But then you subscribe to his Twitter feed, and then you get all of his political stuff. And then it's like, all right, what are we doing? Like, are we entertaining people, or are we just, like preaching because we have an audience, because a bunch of teenagers back in the day during the comic boom bought my freaking comic? And that's a part of like, I think
hey Marcus.
Yeah, and I think some of that fractured comic book commentary. Like, like it would almost be like, imagine Steve Ditko working on all his stuff, having a Twitter account, and him just like updating you every single day with sketches and things he was working on, and like meeting notes, and you would just be like, but nothing's like that now.
Kind of takes the mystery out of it if you do that, you know.
Yeah, I think there is a little bit, but I think with the rise of the DVD era, like when DVDs became big, people got used to movies selling the process. Every single movie had a commentary. They had a making of
K-pop.
Yeah, and there was a selling of the process, and the comic industry never hooked on to and everyone that reads comics are the ones that listen to DVD commentaries.
Yeah.
I think there's like multiple failures with a lot of that stuff, though.
Yeah, I sent you the link, Shelby. It's on Twitter, X. I got this today, or yesterday, the day before. Jawbreakers.
Oh, look
Forever.
at that.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I got my copy, but I have not read it yet.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet either. It looks good. Alfetchi's a badass, and of course, there's the furry poster. I don't know who this character is. I mean, she looks cool. Let's see if I can fit it in there. And of course, I jumped on for that dollar bit or whatever. So I have like books that just appear all of a sudden. Like I'll get one here, I'll get one there, and like that. That's how when he did that dollar sale, I bought a bunch of his stuff.
That's what Gable did. He mentioned that the other day. He had bought when it was $1.
So apparently, I think I got this book for $1 because there's another one. So I got 2 of them, and
cool.
Yeah, I might have to do a giveaway, or if somebody
there you go.
Doesn't have this or wants it,
That chick's got a Sabretooth vibe to her.
This chick here?
Yeah, the little poster thing you were showing?
Yeah, she does have a little bit of that.
Got some black cat in there too.
Yeah. So I got an extra copy of Jawbreakers.
Nice.
Rex, did you order this one?
I did not.
Okay, well, I guess you got a copy now. I'll send it out to you when I get a chance with the other
Right.
art.
I didn't even have to win.
No, I'll send it to Rex. He's a good guy. He's done a lot of cool stuff for me, letting me on his shows and stuff like that. And I consider Rex a pal, a friend, an amigo.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So cute.
I'll put that one aside for you. Sorry if somebody else wanted it. Sorry, I threw it Rex's way.
It's my day to win.
Rex is a winner today. He's a winner.
Hey, I didn't even have to do a scratch off.
Nothing. Don wants to know, Peter, what you working on?
Well, you can answer that one.
Well, he was working on
That's
a
not
glitch,
it.
but
That's not it. Don't try and fool people. There you go.
Glitch. Oh, okay.
There you
You inked it up. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Put all that
Glitch.
black in. Yeah.
Pew, pew, pew.
Cool. Sorry, I was drawing too. So, yeah, it looks awesome. Look at that.
Yeah. Hey, when you send that out, send me one of your ash cans, and then I'll have reference to draw a glitch by. How about that?
That
for
sounds
you?
like a good. That sounds like a good idea, Rex.
Yeah, and I don't mind, sending you some funds for the glitch book.
The only reference you need for glitch is white with goggles, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all white with goggles.
The upside down image symbol.
Well, if he's inspired
Yes, somebody was paying attention.
If he's inspired by Deadpool, somebody needs to do a piece where Glitch is going up against Deadpool. No brainer.
There you go.
Look, so here's what the so I've recently been putting the exclamation point on a bunch of artwork like this here, right? Because to me, what it was is an image eye upside down, and I loved Image Comics. So also the glitch symbol, if you look at the face and the circle on his chest, is the image eye upside down too, minus the goggles, and that's where that comes from. Yeah, that's what inspired the circle in his chest, and then I came up with the whole orb idea.
Ancient Chinese secret, huh?
Yeah. So I was trying to put what is symbology into my art or whatever. So I will have to print some of these up, Rex. I think I only have 2 copies left of the original run.
I knew you weren't going to have to. Yeah, don't sweat it.
Yeah, no.
Just
hopefully I'll make enough money on that Red Valkyrie auction. So
I hope so.
Please.
I'm glad you got in there, brother.
No, I don't think I'm going to sell anything, to be honest. We'll see though.
Maybe you might be.
Yeah, I got to post the art. I'm gonna pick for that. I'm gonna pick about 3 or 4 pieces. I don't know how much time is allotted or whatever, but they got a lot of rules. They're kind of sticklers, so
yeah,
I don't want to foul up anything. I got to read them too, the rules.
What time slot are you in on?
I think she said 1 to 5. Let me check.
Okay. All right. So, no Omer for the 4 o'clock shadow. Got it.
Yeah. You can come over and hang out.
My life revolves. Well, when I got to do a show, I'm gonna hang out over there now.
You can EFAP the show, man. That would be awesome. EFAP it.
Oh, I got you.
Get more eyes on it.
I'll be in the chat somewhere.
Let's see.
Yeah. Send me that too, so I can pop into the chat when you do it.
Okay, 2 to 5 p.m. Yeah, that's a slot. That's Eastern time, so I got to figure out what that is Central. 3 o'clock, I think, to me.
Are you gonna have more than the 1 piece to sell if they come around again?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pull out about 4 pieces of
there
stuff.
You go. Think you'll have that many done by then?
Well, I have some older stuff I want to get rid of, like some like Deadpool, and
I know that. I was just being,
facetious,
entertaining.
Oh, busting my balls is what it's saying.
Well, yeah, but
hey,
yeah,
Rex.
we did that Deadpool a couple weeks ago, but I want to paint it.
Rex, I popped in for like 5 minutes on your show earlier.
Good for you.
Yeah, but you were talking about a 3D Wizard of Oz.
Yeah,
Can you,
I have that.
Yeah. What is it's the original? Like the
It's the
19
original, yeah. Yeah, they came out with it on 3D a while back, as a matter of fact.
Like I guess like when everything was like kind of like 3D.
Maybe a couple years ago. It's not that old, really. Yeah, 2-3 years ago. Not long.
Dude, I am so curious about that.
I know.
Right? Yeah.
For $9.99, I had to get it, man. Are you kidding?
It was calling me.
It was kidding. Yeah. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful. Follow the yellow brick road. Hell yeah.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if you were talking about maybe like another version.
No, it's the original. It's the original. I just never have watched it in 3D, but I knew I wanted it for my collection.
Yeah, I feel like that should be like against, because Wizard is a sacred cow, like,
Yeah. A horse of a different color, eh?
Ayo.
Well, if you have never watched the movie, you won't get that reference. Sorry. Not my fault. I didn't do it. Frank Morgan is not the wizard. He's the guy behind the curtain, but he's not the wizard.
Yeah.
So did anybody watch Wicked yet?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Did you like
it?
Well,
I'm also like I saw that on Broadway. Like, oh my God, maybe like 15, 17 years ago. So I've always enjoyed it. So, but the movie's long. The movie is, and it's a part 1, which I didn't know.
I heard the song gets annoying.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to have an ear for that style of music, and not everyone does. Not everyone likes the Broadway like ballad, I think the music's fine. Like I think
a buddy of mine said it was 20 minutes too much of music.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like some people are not geared for a musical. They're just not, and that's fine. Like their musicals don't appeal to like everyone. That's fine, but I thought for the stage production going into live action, I think it's there. I think they did a lot of good stuff with that movie.
Is it really that much of a riff off the play?
Well, no. I mean, it is the play.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, like they elaborated. They did their Hollywood stuff. They're adding some things as well because they're making it, I think, 90 minutes longer. But that's no different than what happened with The Lion King and Aladdin. When you go from like 90-minute animation to like a 2-hour live action, you're adding songs, you're adding plot points and things like that.
Right. World building.
Yeah, for lack of a better term. Yeah.
Or padding out the world. Or however
you remember Return to the Wizard of Oz?
Yeah, with
from James Franco?
No, that's the Wondrous Wizard of Oz, right?
Oh.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about, the Disney Veruza Balk. I guess I don't know if the Henson Company worked on Return to Oz, but that's good too, though.
Yeah, it's almost like a horror element to it.
It is. Like you could watch Return to Oz and Dark Crystal like back to back and get a like creepy Muppet double feature.
Mm-hmm. The Wiz just doesn't do it for you, huh?
The Wiz.
The Wiz.
K-pop says she loves the Labyrinth.
He's on down the road.
And Dark Crystal.
Yeah. Dark Crystal is one of the greatest movies of all time.
Maybe Labyrinth. What's that?
Yeah, same guy too. Brian Freud is the same designer for both of those movies.
Good Lord, welcome to the show. Let's see here.
Ethan Van Shelby.
Look at that.
Shelby.
Well.
Oh no.
There goes.
Oh,
You're
yes.
going to tell us about all his homages, please.
I'm going to give you all the business now.
Yeah, we like
everyone.
Heave ho.
How's it going, Shelby?
Love your Downcast Virgin cover. It's awesome.
Yeah.
No matter
Belmont
what.
says Pencils Down is 113 away from the first stretch goal. Indiegogo. There's the link.
Yeah, I think it's deflowered actually. But thank you, Rex.
I think they're only going. Who was the colorist on that? Do you know?
Oh, yeah, it's this really awesome colorist named Shelby.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I colored myself.
Awesome.
Shelby, you color all your stuff, right?
Yeah, I try to. Yeah, most of my own books, my covers at least, I try to color myself. I've had too many bad experiences with
just people not being able to handle it.
Just publishers or creators that hire people based on it's their friend or and it's just and I'm not even that picky about colors, but when it's really terrible colors, it's just bad news.
Yeah, doesn't do your work any justice.
Not really, but it's kind of current. Most of my own colors are current because I wasn't coloring myself until I worked at the I worked for Burst Online for 3.5 years. It's a video game company that was based out of Mesa, Arizona, and one of the first things they did is they said, "Hey, you have to digitally paint all of your own portraits for this game." And I was like, "Yeah, I can do that." I didn't know how to do that. I went out and bought a Cintiq and figured it out. So
there's the art everybody's talking about.
I think they're only doing 90 of these are going to be made available unless he ups the count on it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's this originally was a it was a commission for Snug. You guys know Snuggy from chat. Snuggy commissioned me for this.
Uh-huh.
And then he hit me up later. He's a huge fan of Downcast. And he said, "Hey, would you be opposed to me using that?" And I was like, No, for real, that's fine. And so I sent the whole color file over.
Yeah, you already had it all done. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was good to go. But I told him, I was like, probably virgin, no trade dress, just because of the scale of the octopus behind him.
Yeah.
It would have to cover part of his head, and I think it would just look kind of silly. So I was like, yeah, just maybe. I think it would look better that way.
Could have put a little logo down here in the corner or something.
Hell no, I don't need it.
Right here, over this right here.
No,
right there.
Right over
when I do
Stanley style, just put it right on the face.
Yeah.
I don't even like to sign my paintings, either oil or acrylic or whatever, on the front. I sign them on the back. I don't. I never.
Rex, you don't come to my channel to watch me. I just finished this Hellboy. This is for the auction. I just finished it.
Oh, that turned out nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have been here earlier, but I spilled this much of my Gatorade spilled on my desk. No. So I just destroyed. Yeah, let me tell you what I destroyed down here on the bottom shelf down here. No. If you look.
Oh,
see those books down there?
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
So I destroyed, let's see here, an original printing from '92 of a Frank Frazetta hardcover.
No!
I also destroyed the DC Comics Encyclopedia with the Alex Ross cover. I also destroyed my the costume collection hardcover of Star Wars, the original trilogy plus prequels. and I destroyed my my Vargas hardcover, signed, and I also destroyed my New York and Toronto hardcovers of city photographs. So that's awesome.
Yeah, was it with the pea that you had in that bottle, or was
Happy
it
New
Gatorade?
Year! Happy New Year!
No, my pea is orange. This is blue.
Orange. Okay.
Yeah, my urine is still dark
vacationed in
orange. I'm still dehydrated.
You know, he vacationed in Chernobyl, obviously.
I'm hate drinking this right now.
Everybody's.
I don't know what happened. I flicked it and I overcorrected trying to grab it, and it actually shoved it and it fell and it just went.
It's because you have to rebalance your body because of the abs.
Yeah, my abs were too strong and they shuttlecocked my hand. Yeah, right in front of me.
Too much of a flex.
Yeah.
I'm like Shia LaBeouf. I'm like right down there. If you look down there. Yeah, I'm a little upset about that. So, I guess I'm gonna have to buy that $100 Frazetta hardcover now. I need something, you know. Yeah.
Well, what were they doing?
These books are all wet and damp.
They should have been up one level, and you should have put other stuff that doesn't matter on that bottom shelf.
No, I got stuff there I need to grab, like Soundwave.
There's a reason.
And
there's a reason for the season.
Cheddar Goblin from the Mandy film. You ever see Mandy with Nick Cage?
Oh yeah, good movie.
Yeah, I got my Cheddar Goblin. I got my Cheddar Goblin, and I got my. I still got my uneaten mac and cheese. They sold the mac and cheese and the Cheddar Goblin as a set.
Yeah,
you guys ever see these?
I was
you
just
guys ever
think of the Cheddar Goblin. That's the food in the movie, though, right?
You guys ever buy these back in the day? This was a Best Buy purchase in like 2000, and look at this back cover. It's that Art Adams illustration. So this has every X-Men book, including it's a CD-ROM. It has everything in PDF. The funny thing is, they're like high quality printable JPEGs. Like they're insane. They're like 6,000.
I have the Amazing Spider-Man one of
4,000.
that. I have the CD of the Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, so it's got.
That's the only one I ever saw or found.
Nice. Yeah, there's 2 discs in here. Frege tried to buy this from me, and I told him to go kick rocks. I was like, I ain't selling this to you, man. I went on eBay, and they were selling this thing for $400. I'm like,
what?
I'm not kidding you. I bought this and the Matrix DVD for $15 on the same day.
I was going to say, those were like, I remember seeing the clearance, like in Suncoast Video.
Yeah, old school, dude. But yeah, it has every single...
Can you send that to Rex? He can make duplicates. He's got a duplicate copy CD, DVD machine.
But I think that... Was there only 3 of those?
Most
get some copies.
Most geezers have those machines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can probably burn some. I'll sell them to you guys for $300. Anyways, what's everyone working on?
Jay Ryan wants to know what a CD-ROM is, Shelby.
Damn it.
The facetiousness runs hard.
Jay, look what I found. I'm gonna do a video on this, an art for inspiration. Oh God, how did it get? These are wet. Would it be weird if I lick this spindle? Check it out. Jay, look at this. This came with my collected edition of PopBot. It's a PopBot CD-ROM, Jay. It's a DVD.
Ooh.
See that?
What is
Doesn't even have a paper slip. Ashley Wood's character PopBot, which is just a bunch of weird. It's just him sketching and painting stuff and then throwing them in a book as if it's a story. It's not a story. It's just illustrations that he does.
Yeah.
Half the drawings are naked chicks in high heels, dude. They have nothing to do with anything. But
I remember.
This ROM here, it shows the sideshow creation of the PopBot statue, and then it also shows a couple statues that they never produced.
Ah.
And this was in the back. You know how like books will have like that little sleeve in the back of it? I got my Pop Bot stuff in the front room. I got a whole library of comic crap. But yeah, it was out of there, and I guess I pulled it out just so that it would, I could get to it, not forget about it. Yeah, it's fun. Here, you made me big, so I'll show it again.
Okay.
Here you go.
Yeah.
There's my Hellboy. You like the little face across the moon? Looks like a Ninja Turtle.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. You got my little.
It's the cheese moon head.
Yeah. I had to hide his crotch in the darkness, or else Rex will get out of control.
Did you reference your own abs for that?
Yeah, the dad bod.
You can tell it's a '90s Hellboy because he still has shoulders.
Because he's not shaped like a snow cone.
Yeah.
Jay, you don't even know how much Ashwood. I have 2 Ashley Wood sketches in a sketchbook somewhere. He did a couple for me. I was trying to get work at IDW. What year was that? Like 05? And I went and hooked up with those dudes at San Diego and was just hanging out. And
Is Ashley Wood British?
He's English, yeah.
English. Yeah.
He and J. Scott Campbell's old inker, Alex Garner.
Alex Garner. Yeah.
At that time, were the owners of IDW, because Alex Garner was talking to me, and I was like, "Dude, aren't you an inker?" And he went full. Have you ever seen his painted covers that he did?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, they're beautiful. His artwork is so awesome.
Yeah.
I'm like, you should have never been inking, dude. This stuff is amazing.
Yeah, but he was so good with the line work for J. Scott, though. Like he's
was painting digitally crazy.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I forgot
some of the old.
Yeah,
some of the old dudes from. You're okay. Some of the old dudes from when I was at Extreme, they were doing some inks over Jeffrey. Tim Townsend used to work with us at Extreme. He left. He ended up with Joe Mad. He ended up inking all Joe Mad stuff. And McWeeny was always over there. He had like a carpal tunnel or something. Tom McWeeny. Do you remember McWeeny? He was inking a ton of this stuff. But he had like he had like hand issues. So what's Pete drawing? Pete DeLuca's drawing. It's Levi drawing. I can't see what anyone's drawing.
Glitch.
Omer.
Yeah. Is
that an ASM 300 homage? Let me see it.
Oh, it kind of looks a little bit. It kind of has a little.
Well, it's just jumping, but yeah. No, anytime I see a jumping pose, I always think ASM 300. My very first piece that I got hired on was an ASM 300 swipe, and Frege and Liefeld completely didn't notice.
Oh, that's funny.
Levi's working on pages for his book.
Nice. Yeah, it's real light right now. I just got
done with this. You work like blue line, and do you work blue line and ink over it, or do you pencil first?
Pencil.
Oh, you do pencils. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm going to move on to sketchbook work, guys.
You draw some nice eyes. You remind me. Don't take this the wrong way. Your eyeballs remind me of Marat Michaels, the way that he draws female eyes. Like it's not like Top Cow. It's like it's very complete, concise.
Yeah, so can't even see these.
Yeah.
What's Dale working on? I see you, Dale.
Let's see if I can share my screen here.
Oh, sure.
Share screen.
I know it. Rex is working on his skin flute right now. That's why his camera's on.
Let's see here.
Tell me when you're ready.
Let's see. I've got too much
He's hiding all the tracing layers.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know what you're doing. You're hiding all them trace. You're pulling what we call in the industry, we call it a J Ryan. We call it J Ryan in chat, where you hide all of the tracing layers of the. You better uncheck that Adam Hughes JPEG. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. J Ryan doesn't trace. He's talented enough.
You got to use
when he has
photo reference, so the
when he's
comic geeks can't tell where you stole it from.
Yeah. Jay's pretty good when he's got a light box. You know what I'm saying? I'm kidding. Jay can draw. I watched Jay. I watched him draw.
Yeah, he was doing really good with those 52 artwork thingamabobber.
The 52 weeks.
52 weeks. And you were doing that too, right?
Yeah. I got sick. You know, I was sick. I'm still sick. I was sick for like the last 2 weeks. For the two people in chat that don't, I lost like 30 freaking pounds. I think I'm down 32 right now from the flu. Thanks, flu.
To the abs. Yeah.
Yep. I'm not kidding you. When I weighed myself, I was like, no way. I had to get on it again. And then I lifted my shirt, and my wife goes, dude, you better keep your body like that. My whole stomach is flat now. Because I had I'm going to be 50 soon. I had like the dad bod going. But it's like I'm like a popsicle stick now. It's weird.
Did you tell the wife, hey, get ready to wash some clothes, baby?
Dude, I do all the laundry. I can't tell her that. She tells me that.
She's like, you see these abs? That's what you're gonna wash them on.
I do all the laundry and the dishes. I was a single dad for 10 years. I got 2 boys who are adults. I got my daughter now who's 10, but my boys are getting close to 30 this month.
Are you ready? There's Dale.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was drawing, so I was like, whenever you're ready, you tell me.
There we go.
Here's Dale's stuff right
Put
there.
something up.
That's pretty nice.
I don't know. Shelby's going to sneer because there's so many panels on the page.
Yeah, that's too much background too. You need to just draw a couple faces and then a jumping pose, and then it'll fix it.
With a
Are they at a funeral?
They're at a church that has a cemetery, so kind of.
Have the cemetery man doing the ASM 300 in that last panel. Jay has the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got busy. I was doing. I ended up.
What'd you say about the priest having doing the jumping ASM 300?
Exactly.
I didn't stutter.
I just didn't hear. Everybody was laughing, and I didn't hear it. Sorry.
I did a bunch of inks. For. I didn't even show you guys. Well, I'll show you a couple of these. These are for. I just finished a preview book for this book called Aftermath, and it's an 8-page preview. It's a brand new company up in Canada, and I did a cover for it too. I did a Korn Follow the Leader homage cover.
Oh yeah,
that's what he asked me for. But this is what the artwork is, and this isn't it though. This is a book that Murat's putting out. Hold on, this isn't. This one is called something Vengeance. I don't remember the name. Something Vengeance, but this is the inks I did. I did all the inks on all this stuff. I wasn't doing this stuff online, I don't think. This is 48 pages, and then there's another 20 pager that I finished. So I've been doing like 3 or 4 of these a day.
Wow, that looks awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
Is that over Murat?
No. It's some foreign artist, but I hijack this stuff. You know, it doesn't look the way his pencils did.
Yeah.
That's why Murat
gave
hires
it the
me.
Shelby
He goes,
flair. Yeah, you gave.
Well, he asked me to. He's like, hey, I got a couple books, dude. Can you hook it up? And I was like, yeah, for sure. I know what he means.
Right.
He's talking about what I do. Like anytime I work over Liefeld, I do all the rendering. I don't let it, because Rob just sort of scribbles, and I'm like, nah, we ain't doing that. We're gonna do this, and I just switch it out.
Right. You're getting rid of the 3D asset look. Yeah. I get you.
Rob doesn't know how to use a computer. He doesn't know 3D assets. This is the line art to the
No, not for Rob.
follow
this,
the leader.
This foreign guy. I'm just joking. It's a joke.
Yeah, this is the line art.
Great. Wow.
Oh, I can bring up the. I'll show you. I colored it. I'll show you the colors.
Oh, okay.
Here, I'm just gonna hijack your stream like I hijacked the memes. Here we go.
Oh, you're good.
I'm just showing you guys stuff.
What's up, Past Master Dan? How's it going, buddy?
So, if this thing will open, here we go. So this is the cover that I did. I'll share my screen. I'm not supposed to be sharing this, okay, guys? So don't tell nobody.
No, nobody watches this show anyway, Shelby. It's good.
Oh, I know.
Right.
You got Jay Ryan and like 3 other people here. So
let's see. Dale, you're good on your studio there. Or just because you're just sharing it still, just in case.
Sorry, let me turn that off.
Good.
Yeah. So this is the cover I did.
Wow.
I did the colors too, but he asked me. So we got 2 variants of it. We got a color variant where only she's in color, and then this is the other one. And the whole thing with her having like fire powers actually, it fits the book. She's not like a main thing, but it fits the overarching thing about the book. So it makes sense.
What's up, Billy?
So I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty happy with my color stuff. I mean, for what it is, man, like, this was originally a Capullo drawing, and then McFarlane inked it and took all the credit for the art, but it was Capullo pencils. And I kind of kept a little bit of the gray kind of feel, like with the big ears and all that nonsense. This kid is the same. You can't see my circle. The kid with the bat hat is the same pose, but then I brought in like some Bill Watterson love right there with not Calvin and Hobbes.
Who's Bill Watterson?
And Susie. You see Calvin and Susie there?
That's a joke.
And then he wanted some nods to Todd, so I gave him the little Venom face reflection on that what do they call it, a Kegel?
Oh yeah.
And then you got the Todd look-alike with his party in the back with his 92 Todd, yeah. And I put after Todd and Greg down there just because Greg needs some credit on that. So, but yeah, it is what it is, man. Like, this isn't my first choice for what I would ever do, but it's what he wanted for it. So I was like, yeah, it's fine, man. I'm happy with my colors on it, though. Like, my colors on it turned out pretty dope.
It looks so good and so much like the reference piece. Like, I could see somebody maybe mixing them up.
Kind. Well, mine is very sepia and yellow. And if you look at the actual cover, because I had that file open, I was looking at the way they did the clouds and stuff. I made sure it's super different, but a lot of similarities. Like they have a little bit of like the split sky sort of look in it, and I kind of kept that, but I had to move it like way over.
Yeah.
Like
it's like a CD, right? It's like a CD-ROM square.
Yeah, the
format.
original image. If you look up the original image, it's a double page spread. It's real wide, so you only get to see the front, and then the second half has all these other kids.
Yeah, and that's where
they're not dope.
Like he was working on like Ice Earth covers. He
did
like
for Dale A. Past Master Dan wants to know why you look like you're smoking out and hotboxing it.
What? Am I hunching over my Wacom too much?
No. Your camera looks a little blurry.
Oh yeah, I need to get a new camera.
Yeah.
It just seems to do that all of a sudden.
Yeah, I
That's
noticed last time it didn't look that way, so I figure it's maybe like condensation, maybe in the camera or something, or
I
whatever.
don't
that's
know.
that's humidity. That happens when you have too many layers open. You got too many, you got way too many layers open. Yes, my Hellboy. Okay, so that's done. I was thinking. I'm gonna tell you a conversation I had after I got out of the shower.
Hey, Shelby,
I
did I ever
said,
tell you about that time that Todd McFarlane told me that the reason why the buildings at night have the lights off at the very
I'm
top
gonna I'm gonna
is
drop
because
kick you. I'm gonna drop kick you.
is because the executives leave early because they're more
That's
privileged than
cool.
the underlings.
You're stealing Jason's story. That's Jason's story now.
Oh, that's awesome though that Todd told you that. That's pretty cool.
I get out of the shower and I tell my wife. I said, "Hey, I said, what do you think of this? Should I do a pinup of body bags? Because I've never drawn a body bags before, any pinup, right? And I don't know how it would go in an auction, but I was like, make the focal point Panda, right? And then have her dad in the back with the knife and all that.
Yeah.
And she just looked at me. She goes, I don't know who that is. And I was like, never mind. Just forget it.
And
So
then
I
you
might
up your
just
shirt
do.
and showed her the abs and said, "You know what these are, though, right?"
Yeah. And she said fat. And I was like, damn it. I guess they're gone. Yeah, they're gone now. Yeah, I don't
And if
know.
I was married and I had abs, I'd be like, "You see these, baby?" I'd be so
I think I'm
annoying
just
about
gonna.
it.
I think I'm gonna do Grifter and Zealot, man. I'm gonna have to do Grifter Zealot or something. No, nobody wants body bags. They're gonna say cool, but I don't know that.
How about
And they're
Scud?
gonna
Yeah.
Do Scud.
Scud the
Invisible
assassin.
assassin.
Mhm.
You know, funny story, Rex. Didn't think so. Hey, Rex. When I worked I worked 1 year at this place in California. My buddies, well, it was his brother-in-law at the time. Now his ex-brother-in-law. He used to own this place called Cal Almond. You ever hear of it? It's the competitor across from Blue Diamond. They're right across the freeway on the east side of the 99.
Mm-hmm.
That would be Blue Diamond. On the west side, with all the orchards, it's Cal Almond. So Gary owned Cal Almond. He hired me for a year to run this machine called the Elba Scan.
Okay.
And I worked at night. I walked off that job. Anyways, I worked there for a year. And basically, you just load these hoppers, and it runs like 5,000 pounds a minute, and it shoots out. They run down these belts going super fast, and you got all these air guns that shoot out all the foreign material out of these almonds, and pinholes that it can pick up, like pinholes by worms and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a guard. Where I'm going with this, we had a guard who was obsessed with comics, and he would come out and ask us questions, me and Tom. And he's like, and he was a big collector. He tried to get us into reading Scud because he was a huge Scud fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, Scud? I'm like, nah, I'm more into Cyberforce, buddy. Right? Like, nah, it's not my thing. And,
Scud's a dud.
Yeah, Scud, he's a dud. So, anyways, that same guard, I go back to my hometown, and there's this. I think it's called Red Rocket Comics. Something like that. Red.
Yeah.
I go in there. This dude opened his own comic shop, and I was like, "What the hell?" He's like, "Yeah, I saved up like 12 years of earnings from this nighttime guardsman position he had to open the shops, and I guess he's doing pretty good. He had you know, he'll get different writers and stuff to make appearances in his shop. It's pretty interesting. It's just a small world, man. Like, I walk in the shop and I'm looking at him, I'm like, and he looks at me and I'm like, dude, weren't you the guard at Ken? And he's like, yeah, man.
They're like, what's up?
Yeah. What's up?
What's up?
Yeah. Anyways, I'm glad for him.
You ever bump into anyone? Now, you may have relocated since then, but
I live in Arizona now.
From Quevercore, because, you know, here locally. Of course, I never left town, but I see people that I used to work with at World Color. And
they show up in my chat. That dude Rambo that I worked with. It says Jason Newman in chat, but that's I've only ever known him as Rambo.
Mm-hmm.
I saw one day. Oh man, one day this guy we went to high school with, Llewellyn. His dad was a press operator. He choked Rambo out on the top third story, and he tried to throw Rambo over the side. He was so mad at Rambo for he misled a web into the wrong cutter. He tried to throw him over the top, and people had to stop him. Yeah, he got suspended. He got suspended, fired, and then rehired when Rambo left. Yeah, that was Llewellyn, man. I saw some crazy stuff there. I saw a dude, this guy Jason. You have these perfs, right, Rex? You know those perfs like on the big steel rollers. You got the perf that slams down onto the web. I watched Jason leading a perf. He himself accidentally hit the line for it to initiate. It pulled his arm all the way to the shoulder and flattened it.
What?
His whole arm.
Yeah. You gotta be
these
careful.
These drums they're like 68 inches circumference. They're insane.
Well, they're kind of like the brush on a.
They're chillers.
Like
they're chillers.
Cleaner.
Yeah, they're chillers. So they're cold
big.
too.
Yeah.
So yeah, dude, it squashed his arm flat, his whole arm to the shoulder down to like a half an inch. The whole thing. Yeah.
And like he pulled his body back, and like the arm was gone.
When someone, this guy Dale, I think it might have been Dale A here was the hero. This guy Dale came up and he slammed the red button, the stop, and then what happens there is all perfs release. So when it came up and he came out, it was like a flapjack. It was like a pancake, dude. It was the most disgusting shit. So I went over and started doing. I got someone to get a ball, and we did the whole thing like with the kite, or the. So we got the ball going. No, I'm just playing. We weren't that rude.
Yeah.
It was disgusting.
Yeah. I bet he was.
Was there like
his
blood
head off,
everywhere?
huh? He's
No, he didn't bleed.
He's lucky.
No, he didn't
only
bleed.
lost
Just
an
it
arm.
crushed every bone. It crushed every bone.
Yeah.
And I worked with this other guy.
Didn't the blood
Here,
like
let me-
squirt onto the rollers or like push?
No blood came out. It just squashed his arm. Yeah. So it broke every bone. So another crazy thing is I used to work with this guy named Dave Mansfield. I'm
He
gonna
got
dox him.
workman's comp. I'm just saying.
This guy Dave Mansfield, he said that it's a genetic thing in his family. 3 out of the 5 males have it. It's where you only have two layers of epidermal skin.
Yeah.
I think we all have 7. So if he bumped his elbow, it would just shoot blood. He would just he walked around with what do they call that? Gorilla snot. He had glue. He would literally just glue himself because anytime if he bumped a corner, it would just split open and bleed. So he would just glue it real quick and then hold it together. He had just glue cut marks all over his body.
Wow.
He was kind of like
Amazing
Dark
that
Man.
they
You ever
let
seen
him
that movie
work
Dark
there
Man?
with that condition, really?
Yeah.
Well, you know the thing is though, we were working 18 hours.
Yeah. Oh.
So
yeah.
95% divorce rate. They tell you if you're married, they're like you're going to be divorced by
But
then.
everybody
Like no
in the
joke.
factory's sleeping with everybody else. It doesn't matter if you're married or not. You know. You know how it is. I mean, I go back to the hogging room, and back there they store all the rolls
The
of
what?
paper. The hogging room, where they shred the paper.
That's where Rex does the pump and dump.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
He
where
gets his hump day on
before you
back in the hogging room.
Before you get there, it looks like you're going through an Egyptian temple with all these big columns, but there's the rolls of paper stacked up. One of those rolls rolls off, it rolls over you. You're gonna die. Yeah.
Yeah, those things weigh like they're like 2,300 pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, they're huge.
Now,
Yeah.
did you get
what
those
did you call
jobs,
the
Showman,
shredded room?
because you wanted to know how comic books were made, or
What did you call the shred room? Shredding room. Where they shred up and throw the paper, probably up against the tracks, and they would, bale it up and send it out to be recycled.
Yeah, that's just the waste bin or the baler, because all of the waste product would go in those giant blue baskets, and then it would go. So, did you guys have that?
It's a fire hazard,
dude? Well, of course, we always had fires. They had a they have a carburetor connected to the building because there's so much CO2. They have a carburetor connected to the building. The carburetor was it's the largest carburetor in the world. It's 3 stories tall. And it sucks all the air through. The craziest thing I saw was in the bindery, Rex. There was a fire that started. I clocked in and I walked in and I look up and I go, hey. And this dude, do you know the baseball player, oh God, he was at Oakland A, Dave. He was a batter, not a pitcher. Dave. Big black was it Dave guy? Stewart? Yeah, Dave Stewart or something. Yeah. Real buff dude, right?
Yeah, big buff.
His nephew was a forklift driver, and he was equally as big. He actually used to get invited to the Giants and to the A's training camp every year, and he never made the team, but they would invite him every year. But Dave. He was loading some stuff, some covers for Sports Illustrated, and I look up and I was like, "Hey!" I pointed, and he goes, "What?" And he looked up, and then he ran over and hit the alarm. And what I had seen was a little rinky-dink fire. I watched it dance across the whole. There's so much paper dust on the ceiling. I watched it dance across the whole ceiling. Wow. It danced like a ballerina. It was doing this. It was fire, and it was doing this. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is insane,
man. You got paper.
Yeah, and then the whole place went up. The whole bindery went up in like 10 minutes, and I caught it, and I'm like, a fire started up there, and there's no electrical component that started it. It just started. Like it was like
friction. Yeah.
Today's the day. I'm a fire.
I mean, like when in the shredding room, or we call it the hogging room, or that's what I don't know why they call it that, but
yeah, that's where I used to go to Hump, anyways.
Well, okay. Well, maybe so. I mean, you got forklifts coming in and out, and it's hot as hell.
Long dickin'.
Yeah.
Rex is over there long dickin'.
Well, it's like a compost. You've got all this paper piled up, and it just spontaneously combusts, and catches fire.
Yeah. Too much friction, Rex.
Heats up in there. I know, right? You got to use some KY or lube or something.
And they didn't have a sprinkler system set up for that?
Well, I mean, back in the day,
the whole place was a fire trap.
The whole
place was a fire trap.
Before I started working there, they said, in the bindery, you've got all the feeders. They're feeding the forms on the line and stuff to keep warm in the winter.
I worked pre-press. I worked pre-press, Rex.
Okay. Well, they used to bring in kerosene heaters. Now, how dangerous is that? The fumes and around all that paper.
Yeah, you guys were expendable. You're in there having a good time.
Well, yeah, I mean,
getting your pee-pees wet in the shredder room, the hog room.
Yeah.
Hey, we had a guy in the bindery, and
we didn't work 18 hours. I don't even think in the press that they worked. I mean, how many shifts?
No, they did because what they would do is if you were within 4 hours of killing a job, and this always happened. They had to call in the next crew and say, hey, we're going to do a 2-hour cleanup. Don't come in. And that's their day off for the month. They're one of their 4 days. So they get the call, hey, 4 hours early. Here's what happens every time you do that. You call in. Oh, shit, there's a web out. Guess what? You're there another 10 hours trying to run 20,000 books and nothing but web outs because you jinxed yourself with that phone call. Happens every time,
and
right?
You know they're always overselling contracts that, I mean, when I started at Renier and they sold the World Color, they were trying to build it up to sell it off, and so they brought in all those $1 million German presses too. We had like the 507, it was the 507, the 508, the 501, and we also had a Plexi press, which used to print Wonder Woman and Superman books, but on a sheeter. It wasn't a regular web; it was a sheet press. Mm-hmm. And when they brought those in, man, it was bad news. I used to get bored back there because all I did is make plates. So I was like, I'm going to go out and help them on the press. And I'd go out there and help them.
and then like stuff would start like blowing up in my face and
you
stuff.
in the
I'm like,
art
hey, I'm
department?
out of here. I ain't doing this.
Were
Yeah,
you
yeah,
in
I was
the
in the
art-
back.
Oh, okay.
That's when they
I know
hired me. Yeah.
Our art department was located right there by the press as well.
My department was, you go through the warehouse with all the reams of paper, and it was a building in that room. We were in the back, and it was an air controlled building. But dude, there was times it was 140 degrees. I'm not kidding you. It was 140 degrees in there in the middle of summer, and they go around acting like they're doing you a favor, giving you a bottle of water. And I was like, I don't know how anyone could work here. And my buddy Frank told me, he's like, bro, he's like, I'm making $6K today, because he was a P2 operator. And he said, hey, if we kill this job, I make $6K today. That's why they did it, man.
It's funny
That's how
that
they get you. It's the money.
The run pressman that I saw the most, he was a big ex-college football player.
The P1s and P2s.
You got to be a massive, big giant to move that paper around and do that print job.
Yeah, there's a lot of psychological warfare in that place. I know that. I don't know how. You know what's crazy? I feel like it was this much of my life, like a small amount of time.
Yeah.
Bro, I was there for 6.5 years.
I know it.
And I think about it, and I'm like, that's crazy, dude.
We worked 7 days a week, no days off, unless you had the hours to opt out.
Yeah, they only guaranteed us. No, it was same company, different location.
They still made you come in, and if you wanted to be put on the short list to be, go home early, sometimes they'd say nobody's going home early, but there might be a few. And if you got your hours,
bro, I had a, what do you call it? I had a personal crisis. Like, I woke up one morning and was like, oh, dude, I was like, I can't go back into this. And you don't understand my mental fortitude. I can get through anything. That job broke me. And I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. And so that day, I just never went back. I went to pharmacy. I was a pharmacist for 10 years. I went to pharmacy school. I was a senior tech for 3, pharmacist for 7. And then I went to work at the game company. I always did comics though. Comics became a side gig.
Look,
after Malibu screwed me on that contract, and then I was like, you know what, man? I love comics.
You worked. You ate. You slept.
Yes.
You worked. That was your whole life.
Yeah.
Your whole life is centered around that. And if you had time to sleep with somebody's wife or something, that's what happened.
Good old long dick and Rex, dude. We used.
You know what I did? I turned it into a business. I sold.
There's a guy they still
watches to everybody.
There is a man that they still bring into World Color in Merced, California. They still bring him. He is retired now. He's a bindery guy. Rex, I'm not making this up. True story. The day you're hired, they bring you to the room and they give you the whole spill. This is how much you're going to make a week. This is how much your OT is going to be, double what you make hourly, and you're going to make it. Trust me. Look at this job as an opportunity to get fit, because you're going to be lifting 50-pound bales of paper. You're going to be stacking stuff 10 high, this and that, right? Mm-hmm. They bring this guy in every time. After they give you the whole, if you're married, you might want to get up and leave right now. This is why we had 90% divorce rate. Like literally 90%. You're not going to stay married. He said, they bring this, Rex, hold on. They bring this guy in, and they said, this is so-and-so. He worked here for 40 years in the bindery. And he comes up like this, Rex. Look at, he comes up like this. He's got 2 fingers like this. And they say, tell him your story. He goes, okay, so story is this. He goes, I'm working the press and the bindery, and TV Guide keeps jamming up on this one turn. And he says, I can see where it's hitting. They're all buckling. They're buckling on the belt right at this one, right at a turnbuckle. And so what he did was, well, they're all stacking up on this. There's a protective guard on the belt. He himself removes the guard because he's sick of these jam ups. He's getting yelled at about jam ups because his guard is creating these jam ups. He pulls the guard off. While he's pulling it off, he looks at his hand. He's missing a finger. He didn't even feel it get chopped off. And he goes, well, what the hell? They're looking around. This finger is nowhere. He runs and gets his superior. He's holding his hand. It's like bleeding. He goes, what happened? He goes, I don't know. He goes, I took this thing off, and they're yelling at him. They're like, you're not supposed to take that off. And he goes, you guys keep yelling at me. They're just really heated, right? And he goes, well, show me what you did. He goes, all I did is I went down like this. So he shows him what he did, kind of like mocking what he did, comes back up. The other 2 fingers are gone.
Holy cow.
Yeah. And the machine ate him. They never found his fingers or the bone or nothing. Like, never found it.
Oh my god!
So there's
Christy.
there's some ghost fingers in there, dude. There's some ghost fingers watching these people do the nasty in that room, dude. You know what I'm saying? These ghost fingers are watching you, Rex.
Hey, well, just 1 second. Hey, Christy in the chat, what's the due date for the serial killer thing for Flip City? Rob was asking the other day. Rob's in the chat as well.
I think it's a couple of months from now. I think she said.
I thought it was February 28th.
Did this happen to you, Shelby? You get done with your shift, right? Which is probably a shift and a half, double shift, whatever, right? You want to go home. You want to go to bed. You're sleepy.
Yeah.
You're tired.
Yeah.
You're probably falling asleep anyway on the job, you know, because it's a 7-day week job. Every day. You're working every day, freaking day of your
Rex
life.
is heated. Rex is thinking about that punani.
And then they have an OSHA meeting, a safety meeting that you have to sit through. Did you ever?
Nah, dude. No? I look at them and what you do is no. When you walk out, because you got to attend them too. You walk and you throw your head back like this and go ha, and then you walk out. You just walk out. You don't listen to them. Okay. No one's your boss.
All right.
Dude. That I'm going to tell you right now. That day that I didn't go in, they called me for 2 weeks, asking if I was coming in. 2 weeks they called me every day.
They still left you with the job, like
they called me and said, if you don't come in, we're gonna have to terminate you, and we don't want to do that. You still got your sick days. You can't take no sick days. So when they told me that, I started calling in my sick days, and they were like, you can't use it unless you come in and work at least 1 day, then we can give you 2. And I was like, nope, you give me my days right now. You give me my sick days. And they were like, no, we need you right now to help us. And I was like, nah, you guys are tricking me. This is a bait and switch. I know what you guys are doing. They can't afford people to leave. And also I was really damn good at my job, man. I was going in, cracking jokes, like hanging out with people and trying to be all happy about. Yeah, I was trying to be all happy about being there for the least number of hours I ever worked there in those 6 years, whatever it was. The least number of hours I ever worked there was like 11 or 12. I'm not kidding. 11 or 12 straight without a break.
I probably asked you this before, but were you part of the printers union?
Jesus Christ.
They gave us a $2 an hour pay raise for us not to join the union.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Bro, in I guess it would be 2000. When I left there, Rex, I was making $38 an hour in 1999. That's how they keep you. That's how they trick you. Yeah. And I was like, you know what? I was like, I already bought I bought a house. I was like 22 and I bought a house. I bought it on, of all streets, it was Lobo. I bought a house on Lobo in Merced. It was an older house from the 70s, but $90,000 home. My dad found it for me.
You make great money, but
this lady,
no life. You're working all the time.
Right. So I missed a lot of my boys' childhood because of that. Like my mom was doing all the like running around, taking them to school and all that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm like, and half the time you're just you're forgetting if you slept. You're just like, did I sleep today yet? Like, no, serious, you don't know.
Yeah.
They screwed me. Those last 2 years, they screwed me. They had me on paper. They say, oh, you're 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., right? Like the 7 to 7. Mm-hmm. The problem with 7 to 7 is that means that when the job comes in and the time they kill the job, you have to end up working 14 or 15 days straight because of the way that the jobs roll in. You have to be there to run the job and get the plates made. So there was times where in 1 month or 2 months, I only had 1 day off, like an actual full day off, one time in like 2 months. They broke every OSHA rule, like
and
every rule for California. And you can't enjoy it because
you're so damn tired all the time.
Kind of. Well, a lot of us were on crack cocaine, Rex, so,
Well, okay. I could see that, yeah.
There are a lot of people who had a lot of missing limbs?
We didn't have the big rolls of paper stuff, but we had the
big book bundles, especially on the polybagger, and then we also had the mail that you had to bag up and throw.
My color press, we printed. I can tell you the biggest accounts we had. We printed the entire North America and Western Hemisphere of the planet, the yellow pages and the white pages. We also printed Sports Illustrated. We also printed the entire North America and Canadian TV Guide magazines, Mad Magazine.
That's weekly, right?
TV Guide's weekly, yeah. So It runs every day. It runs every day. Like there's no, that press never, the 501 ran, that press started running in the 70s and has never been shut down till today. It is still running today.
And it's probably the same press that they had in the 70s.
It's the 501. It's the exact same press. They've never updated anything. They will buy, Color Press will purchase a press in like Iowa and ship it to Merced, California for the parts to replace and fix that press. That's how big that job they've run on it has paid for that press a million times already.
Oh yeah.
That it doesn't make sense for them not to.
We did Newsweek, and if Newsweek was shut down, setting up for a next job, it was Disney catalog, and then it would go back to Newsweek on like a couple of different lines.
All my buddies that work there, like all my closer friends that worked there.
That way? Do you know? Do you know the?
Yes, they do. They have all they all had a meltdown.
Shrunk by
has there what?
Has the printing industry shrunk by chance because of digital?
You know what's funny? I asked them about that, and it sounds like it got busier.
Really? Wow.
And
you got these high capacity machines before I left
because they print stuff for they print stuff for international as well, and then they also started picking up gigs that they didn't have before, like like you ever see like those movie books and those special life, like Taylor Swift or the new Ghostbusters, and they make those little square bounds. They do all of that. Anything you see on a speed lane at a Target, they print all of that material is printed by them.
No different though, Shelby, than any other place. I think they're consolidating and getting,
they've closed
fewer little places, but they're all getting bigger. That what's left.
They buy a lot of the ma and pa printers. They close them down and then bring the work over. Is what they do. Yeah.
Yep.
That's exactly how they do it.
Yep. They got these high speed machines though that it's hard to keep up with, man. They just work you like a dog, man. I told you the story about the one operator said
you're tired because you're throwing your DNA all over the place, dude. You wouldn't be so sleepy if you weren't.
It was in the glue pot. It was in the ink. It was on the rollers. I mean,
that's why.
Yeah,
that's why TV guides smell like that. It's
Rex. I'm
Rex.
not sure how many children I have out there.
Holy smokies!
No, I'm kidding.
That's why people don't touch my TV guide.
You had three. You probably had 3 shifts, though, right?
No, 2.
2.
We had we had morning and nights. Okay, morning was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
You worked 18 hours a day. Damn.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah, I worked 12.5-hour days, but I thought that was bad enough.
Hey, you know what's awesome is when your relief calls in 30 minutes for their shift and you've just finished working in 18 because they called you in 6 hours early the day before.
Yeah.
My longest shift there, I'm not making this up. My longest shift there was 48 hours straight. I'm not making this up.
Yeah.
Jesus.
See, by law,
how do you still have all your fingers, Shelby? Like shit. I mean, at 48 hours.
He was in the art department. That's a little different.
Yeah.
Well, no. Like I said, I do. I would go out to the press. Yeah, because that's where all my friends were. All my friends were working.
Yeah.
All the wages. All the wages. As Jay Ryan would say.
It was hot as hell in there.
I didn't really care, dude. I was like, hey, no, I was going out there and I would do some QC work, and then I'd jump on the line and help them stack books, or you fly. Remember flying books, Rex? Flying books, getting them back so you can bundle them again for the binder.
If you're a cover feeder.
Yeah, I would go out and help them with that, and or anything. I don't care, man. Like, I'm a worker, dude. Like, I'll go out there. I would prefer to be on a press than
I didn't mind that, but they put me on Newsweek, and it runs at such a high speed, and I was pocket feeding, and the tendon sheath in my arm, it got inflamed, and they never put me on that job again because I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
You'll get carpal tunnel from that repetitive motion.
Yeah.
If you do it long enough.
In the hot room, yeah.
There was one chick. She was
listen
probably in her 40s.
Listen to all the shit. Listen to all the shit we had to go through, and you guys are asking about cheaper printing, dude. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't complain about print costs, dude. I have no complaints. I'm like, cool, job's done, because I know what printers, people that work there, what they go through.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I ain't gonna bicker over 15 cents a book, dude. I'm not even gonna bicker over. I just pay it.
15 cents a book.
Over what you could get somewhere else. I'm not bickering over it.
You do it like Peter Sonetti, and you find that cheap paper. You find somebody that prints it well.
No, I just find someone that'll do it good. I'm good.
But not everybody. Yeah, not everybody uses that anymore. Hardly anybody.
I have no interest in cutting costs. I'm going to pay what it is. At some point, maybe comics will be priced out where they're too expensive to make, or but.
Well, I mean, really,
for now, it isn't.
It's a boutique item. I mean, it's a luxury boutique item if you want to.
It's been that way since the 90s, though. Like, let's be real. As soon as comics broke $1, like, I'm not kidding, dude. As soon as comics went over $1.25 a piece, what's funny is people like they got that weird, like, they'll reminisce. They're like, oh, I remember when comics were $1.25 and this and that, and I'm thinking to myself, like,
yeah.
Well, okay, yes, a lot of books nowadays are $3.99 or sometimes $7. They're different amounts, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you look, I hate being this way, if you look at inflation and you look at wages compared to then as well, that $1.25 book would have been an $8 book today, as far as like the percentage of your hourly paycheck of what you're paying for it.
Right.
It would have been an $8 book, dude. And people don't think about that. They're like, I remember when books, and it's like, yeah, but dude, when I was a baby, my dad was making like $4 an hour as a manager of a Pet Boys, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's.
I remember when my father got paid $2 something an hour, and and then decades later when I started working in the early 80s, it was only $3 something then, minimum wage.
Right. And yeah, when my dad, he became a long distance truck driver, he was still doing the music stuff and that. And he was, I think he was making like $55K a year as a long distance driver for like Dole, the fruit company Dole.
That was big back then.
That was big bucks, dude.
Yeah.
Went from driving into dispatching.
Yeah, my dad did it for a bit, and then he opened up my dad he's a lifelong musician. Like, he was Dolly Parton's live guitarist, and he played, I was at a Beach Boys show, and Brian called my dad. My dad knew Brian in the Beach Boys. He called him on stage to play, what is it called? Steel guitar. It's laid out like a piano. You play flat.
Yeah, steel guitar.
He played a few songs with them. That was at the California State Fair in Fresno. I was little, dude. I still remember it though. But that stuff doesn't pay, like live guitar and session guitar players. They weren't making. My dad's own band. I think my dad made more off his own band. They were called the Wagon Wheels. It was a country western band. He made more money in his own band playing gigs than he did working with some of these other acts that would hire him. But he ended up opening. It was an automotive center, but majority of his work was classic auto restoration. Like my very first car, I had a 1950 DeSoto and I had a 55 Ford. My dad had a 56 Chevy that he souped up. He slammed it, threw some rims on it, some silver rims and some 18s, and he was just having fun with it, man. Like he would just play with cars. And then that 50 DeSoto I traded straight across for a 1950 Ford pickup that needed a lot of work. And then I traded that to a guy. He gave me 4K plus a 76 Charger that was souped up. And my dad didn't feel comfortable because I'm a dummy. So I would drive it like crazy. And he was like, hey, you're going to kill yourself in that car. So give me the keys. He's like, you're not having that. He goes, I found someone else that wants it. So then we did a cash and trade. This guy gave me, what was it, a 78 Beamer, but it was all new throughout. It was a 78 Beamer shell, but everything through it was brand new. And I had a lot of fun with that car. I used to drive around. Then I ended up with a Toyota MR2. That was my newest modern car was a 1987 Toyota MR2. If you ever seen those are the ones with the lights that come up in the front. They look like a cartoon character. The lights come up. That was when I got hired at Extreme when I was 16. That's the car I was driving down to visit my girlfriend and drive back to, because I was living with Frega.
It's a different thing to drive a vehicle that has no power steering or no power brakes.
Yeah, it is different. But
you got to put a lot more effort into it.
I had a lot of fun in that car.
Yeah.
I still think about it. I got a sister. I got a sister that stole it from me.
Yeah.
I went home. I left Extreme and drove. I lived about 4.5 hours from Extreme. I was north of Anaheim, and I went home and got in the shower. Well, I got in the shower and I got out, and I could have sworn I heard my car. And I get out and I get dressed, and I'm my older sister.
You actually stayed over because of the commute. Sometimes stay there. I mean, work long hours, not go home all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we all did that.
Yeah.
But I remember driving back to my house, and the car is gone. And I told my dad, I was like, where's my car? And he says, and he got up and flipped out and he goes, Sherry took it. And I was like, what? So I got a sister. All my sisters are models, by the way. And by the way, they're all insane. All the females in my family are batshit crazy. And she ended up getting hooked on meth. She hooked up with this dude and got hooked on meth. And my sister was like Miss Anaheim in '88, Miss LA in '89 or whatever. She was this California pageantry chick. And then she ended up doing a bunch of modeling for like JCPenney catalogs and stuff like that. And later on, she became later on, she ended up getting her license for I don't know what you would call it, but it's like for she managed like a whole chain of H&R Block. She was like a regional manager because of her degree. And then she would just get tired of her job and then go work somewhere else. She worked on the Roger Rabbit movie. She as an animator. I don't know how she got that gig because she didn't really draw. And then she ended up as a stewardess, like a flight attendant. And that's where I noticed everything kind of dipped out. But anyways, yeah, she stole my car, man. She was back at my dad's house too, and I didn't even know she was there when I got back. And he's like, yeah, Sherry's here. And then he looked, she's like, she's gone. He noticed her purse is gone and stuff. He goes, I think your car is gone. He goes, I don't think we're going to see her again. And he told me what was going on with her. And I was like, what? He goes, hey, we need to sign it over real quick, because if she kills somebody, it's going to be on you. And I was like, we're not doing that. Yeah. So he gave me, I don't remember what it was. It was some old Corvette, and I was driving that for a bit. And then, Extreme, I think I was at Extreme for quite a bit at that time. So that was right around when Rob got kicked out of Image. And then after that, I just moved back home. Like right when that happened, I was like, I could I could see it happening before it happened. And I was kind of like talking to some of the dudes and stuff. I'm like, hey man, I feel like something's going to happen, because all these weird meetings, McFarlane showing up and Larson showing up, and Mark Silvestri was like not wanting to show up to the studio because him and Rob had crazy beef at the time. And I was like, this is weird. We ended up taking a trip. I tried to get hired by Mark, and he offered me a gig, but it only paid $250 a week until you get page rate work. And I was like, nah, I can't do that, man. Like, I would have been sharing a floor with like Victor Lamas and Joe Benitez, dude. Like, it was gonna be like 8 of us in a room. I was like, nah, I'm not doing this. So I just went home, freelance, worked for Malibu for a year, and then that's when I started at Quebecourt and that. Yeah.
How'd that come
Comics,
about?
comics are weird.
How did you get going at Quebecourt and printing? It's just something you wanted to do, or what?
No, I had a buddy working there, and I was complaining about comics not paying what they did, and all the issues that were going on, even with, because Marvel purchased Malibu, or it was in the rumor mill about their purchase, and then when I started there, I had an editor that was very open with me and told me a bunch of stuff he wasn't supposed to, and I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, dude. And so by the end of it, he was a cool dude, and I wish him well, man. I hope wherever he's at, he's doing some cool stuff. But
so y'all had some of the comic book contracts, huh? We never did.
My contract was for 13 issues. I was Norm Brayful's replacement on Prime. The way I got that gig was my old roommate Dietrich Smith got a job there when Extreme went under. Dietrich called me up, goes, hey, they need an artist for Prime. It's a Spider-Man Prime crossover. And I was like, hell yeah. He gave me all the contact. I got that gig. Dietrich was working on, it was a book called Gambit versus Nightman, or Gambit Nightman.
Yeah.
So Dietrich did that entire run of books for them. He's kind of been in and out of comics. I don't really know. Dietrich's kind of weird. I run into him once in a while, and he's always working on different stuff. He was drawing Battlestar Galactica for a bit. Next time I see him, he's drawing a book called Black Dynamite. And then I see him again, and he's working on the Shaft comic, like based on the Samuel Jackson Shaft movie. So he did some Superman annual, and just very strange. His career is weird. It's like DC, Indie, Marvel, and it's all these weird fill-in things, you know? Like there's no continuity to anything he works on.
What was Black Dynamite about?
I think it was based on that comedy movie.
Okay.
The one with Show Enough or whatever his name is. Yeah. So,
yeah, you said he did Shaft too. That's kind of in that vein, you know. Black's
his Shaft books were through. I think it was through Dynamite or IDW, one or the other. I think it was. Yeah.
Dynamite,
I don't know. Like I don't really follow these dudes too much, man. Like my old roommates, we share memes more than anything. We don't really talk shop. You know, it's. We kind of see when we're working on stuff, and I wish Pat would get back into doing comics, man. That Transformer run he did was cool. I wish he'd get back, and not Transformers. I wish he would buy another property, you know, like Guyver. No. Like something cool, like Guyver or something like that. Like
that's right.
That'd be fun.
Didn't Transformers buy or Hasbro buy GoBots?
I think so. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Did they?
Yeah.
All I remember is no one had any interest in Transformers, and then my old roommate was Pat Lee, and Pat bought the license to Transformers for $15,000. I think his parents gave him the loan.
Wow.
And he hired a bunch. He got over his head. The company grew too fast. That Transformers book he did was selling 1 million copies a month. Remember the one with the foil covers? Yeah, all this stuff. Dreamwave.
Dreamwave, yeah.
He hired me to do a book called Necro War. I finished the entire series, and then my mom died. And then next thing I see, he hired this guy named Addy Granov to paint over all of my pages. So Addy took all the art credit on my books. It's called Necro War. It was like this weird sci-fi comic, and
I think I have a couple of those.
Yeah, I did all the pencils to it. He had me draw. Basically, it was this. He said, "Alex Ross, David Finch, make it happen." And I was like, "Done. I can completely pull this off." So it was like a Dave Finch style with realistic tonal shading. And then when I saw the books, I was like, where's all my, I was like, what the hell? Because I bought the first one, and I looked, and I was like, what? And I called him up. He's like, yeah, we just decided like to go this way because it looked too much like an image book and this and that. And I was like, yeah, but dude, this is my art. Like, he just basically painted it. Like,
yeah.
You know,
And you
I
didn't
got
get
paid
credit
for. I mean,
for it?
I got paid for the work, but it just. I don't know if he supplied on my pages and he just copied them. I don't understand what happened.
That
there.
happens to a lot of. That happened especially way back in the day at the comic artist. You know, I just saw where there was a George Perez thing that he did, and uncredited was John Byrne doing the backgrounds on some of the pages because it was a rush job, and they had a lot of people just kind of come in and get it done. You know.
Yeah.
That's happened to you a lot, though. You haven't gotten credit for a lot of your stuff.
Yeah.
No, it's I cry about it is why you hear about it. It doesn't happen a lot. It's only happened a few times, Rex.
Yeah.
To you?
It's only happened
personally?
a few times. Yeah.
But, you know, back in the day,
seems like
it happened a lot.
No, it's because I'm a crybaby. I cry about
more.
it. No. So it happened to me. It happened to me on Necro War. It happened to me on the very first thing I did for Rob was the Bad Rock #1. I did Bad Rock 1, and then I did a bunch of Bad Rock pages that was supposed to be for issue 2.
Bad Rock or Bedrock?
The 4-finger or the 3-finger?
Rex is Bad Rock.
Okay.
3 fingers. So it was supposed to be an ongoing series, and I was supposed to take over, and then I was supposed to also take over on Prophet Volume 2 on issue 7. Platt was going to continue to do covers, but they needed it monthly. Chuck Dixon was writing that book, and he was threatening that he wanted his name off the book because it was taking Steven so freaking long to finish those books. So I was supposed to take over. They ended up handing, it was weird, we all switched hats. Like Mark Parillo took over Prophet, and then something happened where they handed it to Rich Horry. Rich Horry's book kind of tanked. It was a Night Strike with a K. That book tanked, and then so he came over to Prophet, and then Dietrich Smith was helping out on that. Then they gave me a Chapel book, but then they hit me up and were like, hey, we need this book done in like 6 days. So I had to pencil an entire book, 24 pages in 6 days, and get it FedEx to them. I had 4 days to draw it because it took 2 days for FedEx to get them the originals. That was insane. That was the craziest thing. I will never ever do that again. That's the worst comic in my career.
You know, Peter here is a huge fan of who's your mascot there?
Crypt. Watch Shelby did issue 1.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Shelby.
Yeah,
1.
I did issue 1. And then
with a lot of Stephen Platt. I don't know if they told you to emulate Stephen Platt, but there's some of his line work in there.
There's they actually didn't want that. I did it because I like Stephen. But I was doing small panels already on Prophet issue 3.
Real quick, Shell, you did a book for London Night Studios, like Fallen Angel, right? What was that black and white one?
Omer, check the back room.
Yeah, Jay's here. But we
that was Morbid.
Okay,
that was Morbid Angel.
Oh, Morbid Angel, right? Yeah, because
you sure?
I always thought your line
work
kind of had some Stephen Platt.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, Morbid Angel. That whole thing was a mess. That entire book was a mess.
I don't know, the black and white, and like I said, I thought the line work was
if you go look at here's how crazy Morbid Angel was. My buddy James Robert Smith, who's a Hollywood screenwriter, was hired to write that series, right? Everett ran out of money and couldn't pay him, so he fired him, saying his work was subpar. But he still ran with the script. So what he did was, this is the craziest thing. They advertised my miniseries as a full color series. It was advertised and promoted to comic shops, full color, solicited. they put out a reprint of a collected Morbid Angel short story thing. They put it out as an oversized, like a 48-page one-shot. He accidentally put the wrong cover on the two wrong books. So that first issue of the Morbid Angel thing of mine has a really crappy cover by Georges Genti, that Wonder Woman artist now, I guess. This is back when he was learning how to draw. It was terrible. They put his cover on my book, and my cover, they used as the advertisement. They lost the file, so then they used a trading card art that I did for Morbid Angel and used it for the other book cover. Dude, the whole thing is a mess. And then issue 2 and 3, they did use the correct pieces. But what he did was just to cheat the shops. He went black and white on those books. They were not supposed to be black and white.
Yeah, I thought good. Yeah, I thought because I thought that line work kind of like you took that into your own. It's like that. It's kind of like that Stephen Platt where there was like a solid black and there was like cross hatching coming. Mm-hmm. Like it's like a double effect.
Yeah, that was my approach back then. I was really big into the aesthetic was like Platt. The aesthetic was like Platt renders with a lot of Todd, a little bit of Rob, and I don't even know, a little bit of Mark. The females, I was like gung ho. I was like, Mark Silvestri, man, he draws the prettiest females.
Probably.
Yeah, it was so fun. Yeah, it wasn't a terrible experience. What they did with the artwork was terrible, but yeah, when I saw that cover, I was like, you got to be kidding me, man. This cover is like the worst cover in the history of that book, man. So
did he ink himself on it? Did Ginty ink himself?
No, it was some dude named Slick. He didn't even save it. I think his.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Slick was a moniker for this. I don't even remember the dude's actual name. His last name was something like Schluecki or something like that. So I was like, Slick.
So Ginty probably wasn't down in the Atlanta studio by then. It was probably earlier than that, where he was hanging out with Breathwaite, or not Breathwaite. What's the Atlanta studio?
I don't know. I didn't converse with any of those dudes. I was living in California. I would only talk to my writer, who got fired for no reason. They couldn't afford to pay him.
Right.
And then
Ginty's a douchebag.
Oh, I don't know. I've never met him. Just the artwork they used for was bad. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
I was assisting Andy Owens on the Buffy stuff, and that dude tried getting Andy fired multiple times just to get Dexter Vines hired. He would do shit like, well, I need Dexter to fucking ink the cover, and so like if you go back and look at the series, it's like Andy does the entire series, no matter what fill-in artist, Cliff Richards, Georges Ginty, whoever else was filling in there too, because none of those guys, they're all bragging about, hey, I'm a 5-week artist. But So here he is. He's keeping the consistency of the book, and they're screwing him on the cover inks, so he never gets one for his own personal use for resale and shit. Because it's always like he wanted Dexter to do it. He got so pissed at us that he started pulling what we called the Rob Liefeld, where the pages started showing up with the faces, expressions already inked, and the hands already inked, because he wasn't happy with the line work and shit, or our interpretations of what he was trying to put down.
Right.
You go, yeah. Go look at the first issue. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I heard rumors about that with Rob, and I never saw it. So everything I did in the I haven't worked with Rob since 2018, I guess, but everything I did with Rob from 2014 to 2018, which was pencil finishes and inks, mostly inks, but sometimes pencil finishes with inks as well. Got you. Is 100% me. And Rob tried.
Thanks, Rex, for being on. Appreciate you.
Adelso Corona told me that. He said that he'd have Adelso ship him all the pages without the faces inked. And Adelso goes, he doesn't have you do that? And I said, no, I don't give him that option. And he goes, what?
Right.
I was like, yeah, screw that. I said, if you ever tried that with me, I tell him to go kick rocks, bro. Like, I don't give a shit. I don't care about Rob. I'm going to say here, I don't care. Like, I'm too old to care, man. Like, that dude doesn't pay my bills. He's past his prime. I don't care. I literally don't care about Rob. He was fun to work with until he wasn't fun to work with, if you know what I'm saying. And that's it. Like, that's all there is to it. So,
right.
Thanks for hiring me when I was 16, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what else to say. But, like, no, if he tried pulling some sort of like what you're saying, like, I'd be like, have fun finding another inker. I ain't working with you, dude. Because, like, that's not how I roll.
It was terrible.
That's not how I roll.
We literally got shipped a box of microns. I want this. I want this thickness on the holding line.
Oh, for the line weights.
Yeah.
I do that. I do that to Jay Ryan. I send him all my dry markers and tell him to use those.
Yeah.
So
is that considered like a dick move or something? Like by like the penciler?
Well, yes. You don't delegate. You don't delegate to the inker because the inker is their own craftsman. You don't delegate to them like, hey, buddy, use this on that. You know.
No. Well, yeah, the sending the pens, but like say like you want a consistent face or whatever. And, like, that's a jerk move. I didn't know that.
You can have a conversation about it. I mean, there's. I'm sure there's plenty of.
For me, like if I was an.
I'm sure there's.
You go back and look at issue 1 of that series, Buffy, and Andy was inking in a way cooler style than what he ended up doing. The rest of the shit just looked flat by issue 19 or 20. Just
like
flat,
boring.
dull.
Because the other guy was inking the faces or whatever.
Georges, the penciler. He would ink the faces, and by then Dexter Vines was in that studio down in Atlanta. God, who was the guy? He did Black Panther for a while. The main guy in that studio. Was Adam Hughes in that studio as well? But either way, he was trying to get Andy. He was trying to get Andy fired so that way Dexter, his studio mate, could get the job.
Right.
And there was no way that Josh Whedon was going to do it because Andy was the first Fray miniseries was so freaking late that Andy was one of the main guys that got that book back on track again. So Josh kept him on as a huge favor, you know, to at least keep the consistency of the book at least a little bit consistent through the inks and stuff.
Yeah.
What's up, Jay Ryan? How's it going, man?
Not too bad. What's going on?
Thanks for coming out and hanging out.
No problem. I almost came in here as Jay Helinsky.
Oh, that's
damn.
Were you going to show us your homages as well?
It'd be a panel full of tracers.
I don't do any homages.
Be nothing but tracers up in
here.
Well,
as a Clint Helinsky, a Ryan Helinsky.
No,
a Jay Helinsky.
See, I would just trace everything and then lie about the tracing.
He goes by Jay Helen. Jay Helen.
You know.
These AIJ.
These pages are clearly not Joe Mad pages.
Yeah, these are clearly originals.
Yeah, these are all originals. You know.
So was there like a
really good with
Clint Helinsky lynching or something? Because I mean, I didn't hear about it or anything. I mean, I know he's homaging a bunch of pieces. Or
listen, he's been on streams with Art T. Bear saying that he's got AI coloring his stuff.
Good Lord, what in the world?
And I posited the question to Clint. I was like, what's to stop you from tracing the AI and saying it's coloring your work?
Yeah.
And there was a lot of silence. And then Art T. Bear went, no, that's not what he's doing. Which said to me, that's what he's fucking doing.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
So AI is coloring the work? Or he's...
No.
Tracing AI, man.
Yeah. The guys just found something new to trace.
Oh, I see.
It's a hard trace life.
For us. Yep.
So, like, at least does the work look better?
No.
Holy shit. I mean,
Doesn't
if you're
it?
gonna do it, I mean, it better be fucking good. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay,
Yeah,
so like here's the thing though, right? Like say you take like a Greg Horn or a Greg Land or any of these guys, right?
Right.
Who do a lot of photo tracing and they've been called out for it and caught. They could originally draw.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like and so there's an aspect to it where they still have craft even though they're going for this more realistic style by using the photo reference. Right?
Yeah.
They still understand how light and shadow works, and they still understand that they could draw Kurt Angle's face and put it on Power Man or whoever, or Triple H as Wolverine doing his standard pose.
Right.
And everybody's going to know. Anybody who's got fucking eyes in their head knows that Wolverine is Triple H, right?
Right.
But they still do it. Like he did it so hard that he literally had that Spider-Man poster where Spider-Man's hanging upside down on the building, reflecting in the thing, right beside the ad for it fucking happening. So Marvel had the ad for the poster that he traced side by fucking side in a book.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you're
Right.
talking about Greg Land, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So they know and they don't care. Like everybody's kind of okay with it,
Yeah.
and because like at the end of the day, that got him more work. That realism, that realistic style was what Marvel was wanting out of him.
If you guys can track down, because you're talking about Greg Land, if you can track down like mid 1990s, do you guys remember Blue Line Pro paper that they sold at comic shops in the poly bag, and it had do you remember the artwork on the very front of the generic lady shooting fire or the generic guy running? That was Greg Land's art. It's all signed too.
Yeah.
If you actually look at it, that was all Greg Land art. He was doing work for Strathmore. And it's really weird because it was like Whilst Portaccio traced Pilgrim drawings, but then he would flip it to like a Supergirl thing. But it was like very obviously like that's an Image comic. That's an Image comic trace. It's just blown up. Like it's panels. He would find key panels and just trace them.
Yeah.
But I mean, it kind of goes hand in hand, right? Like he moved over from tracing comics to photos, you know.
Yeah, all the porn stills are hilarious. Like, what the fuck, man? Like,
Emma Frost Jameson.
Yeah, Emma Frost Jameson.
Jenna, good old Jenna Jameson. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Carmen Electra as Mary Jane cover. That was a classic one.
Yeah.
And it was so blatant, like like.
Hey, you know what's funny? When I worked for London Night, Carmen Electra was his receptionist. That's not her name. Her name isn't Carmen Electra. I don't remember her name, but that's not her name. Yeah, when she went to work at MTV, she was still working at London Night. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she only did one thing for him. She did some photo modeling for a book called Embrace. Do you remember Embrace?
I'm sure she did some other things.
It was
too.
No, I don't think so. He was cheating on his wife left and right, but it was with like strippers, like local strippers, stuff like that.
Oh, I know that life.
Yeah.
So what was I going to say about the Greg Land stuff?
That you like it.
It doesn't matter.
That you like it. That you like it.
But like, you know what I mean? Like you can see when people with no understanding of art or design or lighting or perspective or anything trace photos.
There's nothing wrong with photo. There's nothing really wrong with photo, I think. Like I really love Alex Ross's work, and he's nothing but photo.
Yeah, photo referencing.
Well, even for that last Fantastic Four book he made a whole bunch of 3D models so that he would stay on model.
But he's also trying to take his own photos and not like use other people's photos, so that makes it even more like his.
Well, but like that's the thing though. Like that's like a very like nitpicky kind, like, you know what I mean? Because like some people are like, well, tracing's tracing, and then there are other people who are like, you know, if why spend 8 hours gridding out a car when I can just trace a car or take a 3D model of a car and slap it there, and I just draw Batman jumping over it, right? Like I use the time saver, right? Like, because it was kind of one of those things for me. Like I picked up this book called Working Methods, and it had like Kelsey Shannon in it and Mark Schultz and a bunch of guys in it, right? And they gave them all the same like 4-page script. And then each one of them drew the script and went and broke down how they found all their reference and did all the stuff. And like Mark Schultz, who can fucking draw his ass off, literally was just like, I found this town square reference and traced it. Right. And then drew his characters all on it. And I was like, this guy is like amazing. And he's tracing. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Mark Schultz, it's awesome.
Yeah, like Mark Schultz is a fucking god. Like, you know.
Yeah.
And he's still improving his inking and all. He does this crazy shit now. And it's just fucking incredible. And if you don't know who Mark Schultz is, go look at his stuff and look at his Flesk art books and all this shit. Like, the guy is fucking incredible.
He's truly amazing.
Yeah, like
Cadillacs and Dinosaur, right?
That's Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, Xenozoic Tales, the whole bit, right? And so like if a guy like him is like, hey, this is gonna save me time, it kind of flicked a switch in my head, right? Like where I was like, okay, I get that. Like I get why you would save that time, but yet all his like anatomy and stuff is still amazing. He's still drawing the people, but he's just like, it's a time saver. This is a perfect, beautiful piece of reference, and I'm going to use it.
Yeah. You know what Liefeld told me? He said that George Perez told him when he was like 14 years old, why draw it if you can just trace it?
I've heard you say that once. Yeah.
I don't think George Perez said this, Rob, but okay.
Yeah.
I feel like he didn't say this.
But like, you know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where I don't know, like, you know, at some point, I think that like some artists are going to go that way, you know, because like I can pull up random artists that like have worked on books that I know for a fact that half their pages are clip art and like whatever that photo reference company is, right? You know, and if you know who was doing, I don't know if they still do it, Jay. You know who was doing that and built a career off it, actually? Lanil Yu.
No, don't say Lanil Yu.
Yeah. So they actually show it in the back of one of these collected editions. Lanil built an entire 3D model in, what is it, SketchUp?
Yeah.
SketchUp? Oh yeah, SketchUp. Okay.
He had, so all of his cars, his airplanes, and like Doctor Strange's lair, he had 3D assets for all of that, and literally would just print it up and then trace it for his panels.
Yep.
And no, for reals, he did that. Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I started looking into it, but it was like, isn't that like an Apple? I'm not an Apple guy, so I never got into it.
You can use SketchUp on PC. Yeah. But the thing is like, because I had that conversation with someone before, I was just like, look at any of Lanil Yu's stuff and his perspective and like
all of his background. All of his tech and all of his background is 100% 3D asset, all of it. But he traces it. He doesn't use it and just throw it in and trace it like in.
Well, that's okay. I mean, you know, Carlos Barberi. So he's kind of semi-local to me in a little bit because he's right here in Mexico, but he's about 2 hours away. He said he uses SketchUp for his guns.
Let me tell you something funny. You just blast from the past, bro. My very first inking gig, that I'm a ghost inker. It was over your dude Carlos was a penciler on Warrior Nun Areola.
Oh yeah, Areola.
I inked. Let me see if I inked issue 8, the whole book. I think it's issue 8, but they gave all the credit to the colorist, who was my homie Nathan Loom. Nathan was a colorist from Extreme who got laid off, and then he went to Wildstorm and he did all the color guides for Wetworks over Pat Lee's run. And then he was also coloring like Deviate and some other books. But anyways, he left there and went to Antarctic Press and was a colorist, but then also was doing inks for some reason, because he was showing them ink samples he did. And let me see if I got this book. I actually, it's funny you say that. I literally just found it on accident too. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I even did this thing.
Yeah, Carlos is a really nice guy. He's pretty nice guy.
So this stuff, so this would be like maybe 2000. It was he was drawing like, his art style was very much like Joe Quesada, I'll say. What the hell is this book at? Yeah, like the faces are straight out of Ash, dude. Like the Ash series, yeah, it's straight up Joe Q.
Yeah, well, I know he was trying to emulate Humberto Ramos for quite some time. But I guess I can see the Joe
and Ramos is just emulating Carlos Meglia, like straight up.
Quesada's emulating Carlos Mencia.
No, not Carlos Mencia.
Yeah, dude.
Carlos Mencia.
The mind of Mencia, bro.
Jesus Christ.
I saw Carlos Mencia in California. He was actually pretty funny. He had who opened for him? It was this guy, this really tall Asian dude named Joe Coy. It was the only time I ever saw him. He was hilarious. Joe.
All right, later, Peter. Peter had to jump out.
Oh, have a good night, man.
Where's this stupid book at?
I should probably call it a night here. Anyways, too. Thanks for having me on, Omer.
You got it, Dale. Anytime, buddy.
Yeah, see you later, Dale. Nice to be on the screen with you.
Good night.
All right, Dale.
I did want to show this off real quick.
Close some of those layers, bud.
My mic was muted.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, so the cover to the book that I inked for Warrior Nun that he penciled is the cover has her kind of like Valkyrie, and she's on a Pegasus. She's on a is it a Pegasus? The horse with wings.
Yep.
Yeah, she's on a Pegasus, and it's kind of coming at you, and then the guy is in front of her with a battle axe, kind of. I think he's from the side. Man, it's gonna bother me, man. Where's this book at?
Hey, Levi. So I picked up this book a week or two ago. It's the complete Aphrodite 9 setup, and it's got the David Finch stuff in it and David Wool, and that's why I was like, oh, that's why I commented on that post you made.
Right.
And so, go ahead.
I was just trying to say that. Well, basically, I don't see her around much anymore. So I was kind of thinking, was it David Finch or was it the character? I mean, it must have been David Finch if we don't really see that character around anymore. I don't know. Maybe it's just me not going to the stores.
Yeah, well, so apparently the David Finch stuff is only 4 issues. I always thought it was like 6 or 7 issues. And I don't even, did he do the last issue? I think he like partly did some of the last issue of the 4. So when it came out, I only had like maybe issue 2 and issue 4 or something like that. So that's why I picked this up, because I thought it was more stuff, and it looks really awesome. But by the end, you could tell he's tired of drawing it, by the last issue. Like there's fill-in and other people penciling it. I'm sure.
It's like, I think Aphrodite 9 is like the epitome of like style over substance.
Yeah.
And like the character's cool, the idea's cool, but there was nobody to actually make that book like something of substance that you would want to keep reading and seeing. Like, Like they could have made it like an Aeon Flux type of thing where it was like, hey, this is really cool, and there's really the subversive nature to all this high tech and all the Aphrodites and all that stuff like that, like and all the assassinations and all that stuff that they were meant to do.
Right. There's also this huge convoluted intertwining with Cyberforce.
Yeah.
That I think made it hard, and maybe that's probably why they don't publish, or David Finch and David Wool can't use it or don't use it because of the interconnectedness to Cyberforce. And also, like, so this guy,
I'll have to show it on the stream. I can't find it.
Steve Semchik, I guess they went back and they retold like a prequel to it, and it's like two years worth of stuff. I mean, there's so much stuff in it, like that's before the David Finch stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool. I haven't started reading it, but yeah, it's a pretty cool book. But yeah, and that artwork you posted was awesome. The inks you did on it, right? You did the inks on that artwork.
Yeah,
yeah, that's awesome. So Steve McNiven, he uses SketchUp 3D models too, right? For his
well, even like Steve is local to me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. He's coming to the shop that I used to run all the time. And him and his sister is fucking annoying. Steve, great. Not one of the nicest guys you'll meet on the planet. Like no arrogance, no airs, no nothing. Super quiet, super nice guy. His sister would come in all the fucking time bragging about him.
Well, that's cool. I mean, you gotta have like cheerleaders, you know.
Yeah, but it was more than cheerleading. It was like she was like his like fucking, I don't know, his Rolls Royce. She was his spinner rims. Like, you know, like
she was the underlighting under the car. That's
yeah,
annoying.
he was the neon under her car, right?
Yeah.
You know, no, it's so fucking true.
Yeah, so I have this book and I'm like, oh shit, it's got a lot of Francis Lin Yu in it, and it looks fucking awesome. I love it.
Like I have a signed Civil War by Steve that says "Please don't hate me" on it, Steve McNiven, because it was late.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
And so yeah, he's a super nice guy.
Don't hate me because my sister's a pain in the ass.
No, he didn't. He
didn't see it that way.
Well, no, he came in by himself, and he'd just be like looking at books and talking to us about books and stuff. And so
you guys would ask him to sign all the Steve McNiven books that you have.
No. One time I was talking to him, and he just handed it to me, and he was just like, here, and I was like, what? I look at it, it's like, please don't hate me, Steve McNiven.
Nice.
And I was like, oh, that's awesome, thank you. And so yeah, I have it. Like I've shown it on a stream or whatever before. It's like, but I should do something with it.
That's right. He's a fellow Canadian, right? He's
yeah.
He's one of you guys.
He's local. Well, it's like the same thing. Like Darwin Cook used to live in this area as well for a while before he passed, and he was kind of bouncing between like here and Florida and Toronto. He had this weird little triangle that he was always bouncing, and like he
was like a snowbird.
Yeah. he spread his tiny wings and flew away.
Yeah, not a snowbird down here. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Snowbird, winter. We have half of our neighbors are Canadian. They only come down during the winter.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, like, and I've had the wonderful privilege to sit down and talk to Darwin a few times, and man, that dude is fucking awesome. Like, well, was awesome. But yeah, like the coolest fucking guy. You know,
that's cool.
Oh yeah, like it was like the first time I met him, I was kind of like, oh, you know, most of these guys are assholes, right? And if they've done anything in their career, they're walking around being arrogant and fucking.
Oh, so like Shelby, like exactly.
Yeah,
Shelby.
like fucking big time in you, and like the whole thing, right?
Look what I got. Yeah.
And so,
guys, I inked Rob Liefeld for like 27 years. I don't know if you knew this or not.
Yeah, exactly. But no, like Darwin
finest years of my life
was like the coolest. Like you could just like at the time. This was like probably
and I got abs.
2011. And like at that time, that's like, you know, so almost what are we talking about here? Like, what, 13, 14 years ago?
Yeah.
Like at that time, like when I met him, I was kind of like, whoa, this is fucking the dude that I would like to, like, I would aspire to be when I'm his age. Like he was like the most genuine, cool.
Well, I aspired to be like Shelby at that age, you know.
Yeah, like I'm
What,
telling
broke?
you. Yeah, broke. Sad, but also like leg bleeding.
Yeah.
Possibly
sciatic nerve popping off.
Yeah, full of Boston creams and salty
spilling
green.
Gatorades, the Gatorades on your collectibles.
Yeah, but like the cool thing about him though is like he was like, this is when he was doing Parker. This is when he was like doing that stuff, and he was talking about that and like how much like Marvel and DC like hated the artists. Like he was straight up like he's like, they abuse us and they know they can get away with it because we love the characters. Right. And he was just like, he's like, the only reason like, I did DC's New Frontiers, it was like a love letter to all those characters.
Yeah.
And so like he's like, I'm doing things like Parker and stuff like that because it's mine. I can do what I want with it. I can tell the story the way I want
Parker?
to.
I don't
Parker's like, it's based off all these old novels. They're like basically like heist and crime noir drama kind of things. And like I have a couple of them signed by him. Like they're incredible. But like, like he was very like, hey, these guys want to fuck you. You should be making your own things. Get famous enough that they want you to work for them, and then you can kind of call the shot, and avoid getting screwed as much as possible.
Right.
And this was way before, like this was way before everybody kind of had that mentality, and kind of before comics went to shit. Right. Like it was 4 or 5 years later that everything kind of went sour. Like you could see the start of it because I like what's kind of funny is I have that like that Tori Amos book, the pop
what
the pop vinyl. There was like this weird Tori Amos hardcover that had like all the usual suspects writing and drawing at the time, and I bought it at the time, and all those people became the people that you did not want drawing or writing anything at Marvel and DC. It was like
Tori Amos, the musician,
the singer. Yes, the singer. Yeah. It was this.
That's the one with the David Mack watercolor cover, right?
I'd have to go grab it. It's this big square tome. Eric Kennedy's in it. There's a bunch of people that did short stories.
I think it's
I had that
like David Mack cover.
Yeah, it's like Comic Book Tattoo, maybe Tori Amos's Comic Book Tattoo.
Yeah, I think that was she was really close friends with Neil, is why I think.
Yeah. And so like I went and looked back on that book and I was like, oh man, like if you don't like it, don't buy it girl is there. Like everybody who you would expect to not want to, be working on big books is in that book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the precursor.
Yeah. It was a really weird thing, like looking, because I went and flipped through it one day because I was like, oh, I remember there was some really interesting Eric Kennedy art in it. And I went back to it and I was like, oh, I was like, wow. I was like, it was very enlightening. It was just this weird kind of like, oh, this is where all these people came from. This is like, this was the genesis, of all that stuff. Right. So,
nonsense.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Well, it's just like it's such a fucking it's such a weird time in comics. Well, there's that collection, that X-Men. I think it's New Genesis. There's a collection X-Men. I think it's X-Men New Genesis, and the first 3 issues are Joe Mad, and it's like Black Bolt and Medusa and all them, and it's this beautiful fucking art and story for 3 issues of Joe Mad stuff with the Inhumans and X-Men and stuff on Earth, and it's super awesome. And then when you get to the 4th issue, it changes to a different artist, and I think it's 2016, and you can literally see the change to, hey, this guy's not just a mutant, everybody doesn't like him because this kid's black. And it's like this, and I'm like, you're missing the whole point of the mutants and segregation and people being outcasts by jamming it down everyone's throat that this kid is black.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and you could literally see this was the transition where all that stuff started to be super in your face. You know, and so it went from this amazingly great Joe Mad art and story to SJW talking points being pounded over your head in the story. It was super interesting to see. But yeah, it's such a weird time, like, you know, when story was overshadowed by weird messaging and like art and stuff like that just was like pushed aside, you know, because you couldn't have Joe Mad
Billy Power Max
attractive women anymore.
Yeah, that was right when every company decided that the writers needed to have their day. That was right when that started, man.
Yeah. And it's
well, everyone's afraid of Image happening again, right? Everyone's so afraid of the superstar comic.
I don't even think it's that. They were that was kind of old news. They had already been playing that game. Like, they would throw the Kuberts on like 3 issues and then like move them to a different book.
Yeah.
Well, didn't they also like?
I think they had too many. They had too many editors that were simping hard for like the David Mack story or the Amanda Connor as a writer, not as an artist type thing, you know. And that's where it started, man. You could. The book suffered for it too, because you would get like 2 issues of McNiven, and then all of a sudden you'd get like 1 issue by like Lanill, and then it'd be followed by 3 issues by like Scott Collins, and you're like, what the hell just happened here? Like,
well, I thought that was all part of the plan to like not build a superstar artist. Like that's why they would change them out every so often. So like one book wouldn't just shine and the art shine.
No, they gave up. They gave up on that before like Y2K, to be honest. It did exist, but what they did was they overpaid. Like the Kubert brothers were making like Stephen Platt money, like $30K a month.
Holy shit.
You get Jim Lee tried to poach both Kuberts back in the day. And I heard about that from just all of our studio. We all knew everything happening.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that too for a little while. Yeah.
As soon as Marvel found out, they bought them both like matching Porsches, and then like no, for reals, it was like some crazy thing. They bought them matching Porsches as a bonus, and then they both got the Stephen Platt pay, which was like $30K a month, and you got to produce 1 book a month plus some variants. Like, that's the actual contract that Steven had too. And Jim Lee used that same model trying to get them over, because he already knew. He's like, dude, if I could get the Kuberts to draw Wildcats for me, I could do other stuff. And the books were selling enough to pay them that, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, you almost got Adam Kubert Grifter and Union ongoing by like Andy Kubert. You almost got those books, but Marvel stepped in.
Wasn't there like one cover of one of the Kuberts doing something for Wildstorm back then? Like they
might have did some. They might have did pinup, but I mean the companies make them sign those exclusive. Like, I don't know how Jim Lee was able to do that Spawn cover he did, because he was still under an exclusive technically with DC.
With DC for that 200 issue.
Yeah, the one with the that Demon Spawn thing. Yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure how he was able to work that. You remember that? It was a cover for Image United.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe there was some kind of loophole where he was like, well, I was contractually obligated to do that back then.
No.
You know what I mean?
I know what you're saying, but no, it was
you know, just like,
well, I mean,
be funny.
It's well,
he lies to himself.
Yeah,
he was like CEO.
Or maybe he did it on one of his Twitch streams as a offshoot character.
No. He had a do not compete clause. That's why you haven't got a Jim Lee X-Men book, because dude, do you know how much money Jim would make on his own X-Men book right now? Like,
oh yeah,
insane. Every comic shop would just be like, yeah, this is where you buy Jim Lee X-Men. Like every comic shop would be saying that right now. It'd be insane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It's printing money. I mean, Jim Lee on Batman is printing money. Like, can you seriously imagine? Okay, Jim Lee's contract's up, right?
Mm-hmm.
I predict that in the next 5 years, you're gonna get either a miniseries or like a 60-page one shot from McFarlane. You're gonna get your Spider-Man and Spawn versus Venom and Violator. You're gonna get this book. It's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why Todd is doing all these Marvel toys right now and stuff, dude. You're gonna see it, man, and it's gonna. Everyone is gonna be, even if it's trash. And he's even said he's even talked about he has to be the artist of it. He already knows he can't have Greg pencil it because people won't buy it. He's like, I have to be the artist and the writer of this thing, so I want to do it right. He's already said he's doing it. He just said I want to do it right. So it's all like secret. Like, he's already worked it out, man. He's dropped all the clues. All the crumbs have been led. He's like, I've already talked to Marvel. Like, I just can't talk about. Like, he just will shut you down on even conversing about it. You're gonna get that, and also after this Batman run, I'm going to be honest, man. You're going to get a Jim Lee. I think we're going to get another Jim Lee X-Men, man. That's why I'm talking about it. Because he's already even kind of been like,
nudge.
You know, these dude. Yeah, comic artists don't know how to keep secrets, man. Like they got a hint, you know.
Yeah.
There's too much ego.
Yeah,
I think it's gonna happen.
He's like, yeah, I think I'm gonna do X-Men next year. He's like. It's like, don't tell anybody though. Just between me and you.
I think it's gonna happen, man. I think it's gonna happen.
Pod's always like, yeah, Rob's over here thinking he's gonna make a big hit with Youngblood in 2025, but he doesn't know that I'm working on a Spawn, Batman, Spider-Man crossover with Violator and Venom.
Mm-hmm.
And Todd drawing again. The only
can Todd still draw?
Oh yeah.
He did a Spawn Spider-Man cover for Overstreet. Remember that? 2 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
It was okay, man. It was an okay piece. He's gonna have to dig back into his like consciousness and like rediscover the fun Spidey poses and apply it to both characters. Like, just make it insane, dude. Like,
he's just gonna copy
double pager,
big book,
double pager after double pager of just insanity, man. I think it'll go over pretty well.
Right, like, but I think like
he can still draw. Can still draw.
It's not going to be a Frank Miller situation, you know.
It's not going to be a ass to ass Superman variant.
Yeah.
You saw that, right?
He's gonna get Clint Hilisky references and just use that.
But like that Ronin 2 book, the layouts were cool. You just need someone else to draw them.
I got that under my desk right now. Yeah.
Covered in Gatorade.
I've been meaning to get that book. I totally forgot about it.
I got mine off Amazon because it was the cheapest way to get it. Amazon had it for $8.
No.
The hardcover. Yeah, the hardcover.
What?
Yep.
Ronin 2? Who's the one doing it? Philip Tan? Is that who's doing the work on it?
No, he had two artists. This is it. So look, it's printed like this. It's printed long.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hardcover.
I hate when they do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like
it's okay.
The terrorist book one.
So, and that is why I bought it. You got all the layouts in the back. So yeah, you got Philip Tan stuff is okay. Yeah, so Philip Tan does some of it here. And then you got what's his name? His last name is like Rodriguez. he does the finishes. Like this is Rodriguez guy doing finishes over Frank right here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that looks good. That looks good.
Oh, here, check this out. Did you ever see Liefeld post that he's doing a Prophet manga?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen pages.
The guy that inked that is this guy.
Oh,
it's
like
the same guy.
Steve something.
It's his last name is Rodriguez.
Well, you have the book there. It should say his name somewhere.
Hold on.
Here, let me tell you right here. It's the same dude because he uses he inks digitally and he uses a bunch of like Zipatone. I think all the credits are in the back. He uses a bunch of Zipatone crap, like brushes.
Yeah, it looks awesome. Yeah, the Zipatone looks really
Yeah,
good.
I'm looking at it on Rob's thing right now.
It's the same dude.
The manga pages.
Yeah, like these are all Frank's layouts here. It's chock full of them, man. They're pretty fun, dude. They're pretty cool to look at.
Yeah,
because they're just like
great.
They're like rough pencil and Sharpie, you know.
My favorite thing about that manga, that Last Blood manga, is someone comments on it right under it. Is that you or S Platt? And Rob replies, "You flatter him. Thank you."
This guy's name is Daniel Henriquez. Daniel Henriquez is the name of the artist that was doing the finishes. These are fun too. He's got a bunch of these pinups by Philip Tan.
There's Jay's piece for that.
Yeah.
Oh, that old Sailor Moon thing. Yeah.
Sailor Moon. Yeah. Just wanted to show it off.
Aku Sailor Moon.
Nice.
Yeah, everybody was doing that redraw, and I was like, man, everybody's doing just like the same thing. I'm gonna make it fun.
Sailor Moon.
Very cool.
Yeah, but anyways, no, it's a piece. You know, I look at it like it's a piece of history. I really love Ronin 1. The Ronin 1 book is just so good.
Yeah.
He's got a hell of a lot of Barry Windsor Smith going on in it. You know what I mean? Like that heavy hatching, and it's like it's spread out enough where, like on the original, it has to be like very deep. You could feel the heavy-handedness, almost like the way, like early Savage Dragon, like the cross hatching is like it's spaced out where you can see each line and the pressure applied to it. There's something really dope about that. But yeah, this one here, it's just. You know, Frank abandoned line art. He went to the reverse negative style, and then he went back to line art. That's actually when I stopped collecting his stuff. Was I think it's the Yellow Bastard Sin City run.
Okay.
He started doing a bunch of outlines on stuff, and I just thought it just lost its like. It had no like posterity. Like the earlier stuff had a lot more, just in your face, like so bold.
Mm-hmm. Well, everything looked more weighted, too, right? Like the other stuff looks hollow.
As soon as he started inking outlines again, it made it. I just call it the paper doll effect, man. It lost its allure to me, to my eyeballs. I was just like, I don't like it, man. Like it's not that it was different. It's just that it didn't have the same magic. You know, there was something missing. We're all free agents, man. We're all allowed to change and do our own thing, you know. But you're not allowed to get mad when the fans have opinions change. Just like you thinking you're changing for the better doesn't necessarily mean the fans are gonna have the same reaction, right?
Yeah. Well, it's like that. It's just like with Savage Dragon. It's like a lot of people, you know, are like, hey, the first maybe 100 issues were okay, and now we're at 300, and you know, a lot of stuff seems a little. Questionable when you look at some of that book.
I absolutely hate Savage Dragon now, and it sucks because it was my second favorite Image book back in the day.
Yeah, but like
somebody was commenting in the chat that it's like it's comics. Do whatever you want, especially if you own it. And yeah, I get that. That's cool, you know.
I think it was Jay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Sure.
Was it you, Jay? Yeah.
So, yeah. You are allowed to do whatever you want. I mean, yeah. But like I said, you're not. You can't expect fans to be pigeonholed into accepting everything that you decide to do with your characters, because at some point they become emotionally involved in it. You see it with musicians, man. You see music, bands that are like, oh, we're soft pop now, we're not doing metal anymore, and it's like, well, your fans are gonna revolt, but whatever, dude, do what you want.
Right, like the
That's
Linkin
fine.
Park thing with the chick.
Yeah, that's just trash to begin with, because she was BFFs with Danny Masterson, that dude that's in prison from '70s Show.
Yeah.
She was I'm not going to say it. She was shaming his victims openly.
You guys see her do the stage dive?
No.
Oh, the
I
Soundgarden chick.
Oh yeah, different person. Yeah.
Yeah, the new Soundgarden chick looks like Lizzo.
I heard she's a big chick.
What is
she is?
Like, there's this weird, like, you know how, like, for the last, I don't know, 5 years, there was like all these like soft covers, and it was always like, here's a Nirvana song, but now there's a girl singing it slowly and softly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why is that
and
a fucking
acoustically?
thing?
With
Yeah,
acoustic guitar.
Like, when did that become a thing? Like, why did we go, hey, let's get women to ruin good songs?
Clout thieves. I don't know.
Like, do you know what I mean, though? Like, because there are great female singers, right? Like, like you could go like, hey, like, let's go listen to some Die Mannequin. Let's go listen to whoever. And there are tons of great bands with great female vocalists and songwriters and, like, all over the place. Like Daughter's a great band, whatever. Like, there's a whole bunch of cool shit. But then you get these, it's almost like the elevator version of slow song, like, you know what I mean? And it's just it just fucking somehow grinds into my skull and makes me hate life.
I honestly think a lot of it is it's like turning on the light in the cockroach filled room. It's a way to basically piss. It's a way to piss. Like, honestly, I think some of it is to create a reaction. It's like any reaction you get is positive reaction as far as your visibility. Lightfield said this to me way back in the day. There's no such thing as negative publicity. And I think it's, if you can create negative publicity, it means you're being spoken about.
Yeah.
Right? And I think what it does also is they can say, oh, you're just a hater. So now all of a sudden you're also getting labeled and canceled for not accepting this shit cover of a classic, right? So I think there's something to it, man. I think there is something to it.
Well, it's kind of like well, here's the thing. Like, I watched Fragga streamed today, right?
Yeah. Oh, did he?
Yeah. And
I think someone said that
with Ethan.
Yeah, he streamed with Ethan. That's what I was going to get to, right? So, like, and it's great to see Fragga, like, in good spirits, and he's not shaking anymore and all that kind of stuff, and he was drawing his stuff. But Ethan does all this drama bullshit, right? And does all these big streams and pokes the bears and does all this rip.
Don't speak his name; he will come.
Listen, I love Ethan. Don't worry about it.
I'm kidding.
But then he gets on the stream with Fragga and draws what's the gorilla's name?
One of the gorilla character, his gorilla
with Cyberfrog sitting on his shoulder. Right? And he just does it on the back of a fucking backing board.
He named him Ben Davis, like the gorilla on the Ben Davis.
Right? But no, but Ethan on that stream with Fragga is conversational and light and just doing work. And
because Fragga doesn't
do any. Yeah,
Dan and I have talked, dude. Dan doesn't play that shit.
Yeah. But, like, do you know what I mean? And so, like, that's the thing, like, and it's like
Ethan is super likable.
Yes.
Yes,
Like,
he's super likable. I love that Ethan.
Yeah. But do you know what I mean? Like, but like Ethan way back, you know, when he was doing his like, hey guys, I'm going to the art store and I'm going to tell you guys what art supplies I have. I'm going to draw Squirrel Girl for you guys in this video. And he's just like soft-spoken Ethan, you know, up to now like giant clown Ethan who like puts on costumes and like, you know, plays piano and all this other shit. And it's like he used
to do that at wizard shows.
Yeah, he used to play he just used to play the piano and stuff, but he wasn't dressed up like a circus clown juggling, you know, juggling flaming seals while playing the piano.
He would make songs about like Wolverine being gay or whatever to like his panels. Anyways.
Yeah, like, you know,
well,
but like,
I don't mind that Ethan too, like excited, but yeah, the dramas, yeah, it's kind of sucks.
Yeah, but like, do you know what I mean? Like he's adapting, you know, to the cage he's been put in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so like that's the thing. So that's kind of why I take like the nonsense part with a grain of salt. And then when you can see him sit down and talk about the industry or talk about like, you know, like
when they become human and shit.
Yeah, right. And you're just like, okay, this is a man who like genuinely loves the craft and loves comics and loves his wife and kids and stuff like that. And like, you know, and he's just like, you're like, hey, that's kind of the real dude. And then you get him on this thing and he's just talking nonsense because he said he's been on those streams. He goes, and if you guys stop giving me super chats, I will stop doing these Ripa streams. Yeah. He's openly said, he's like, as long as you guys keep giving me money, I'm going to take your money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. And so I'm just like, yeah, that's true. Like most people, if they could just stream and talk nonsense for 5 hours and get $1,000, they probably would.
My buddy Andy
I like
sat next to him in
Fincher
San Diego, and lots of people coming up, hey, Ethan, you're going to be sketching. And Ethan didn't want to sketch down at San Diego, and finally he just threw out an obnoxious number. $1,000 for the sketch, and the first guy paid, and all of a sudden he had another one and another one and another one. And Andy says, I'm sitting there, and over the course of the weekend, I see him accumulate $14,000 because he did, you know, he just threw a number out there, and they're willing to pay it, so he was willing to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think he really liked drawing when on that stream, Jay. I don't know. It seemed like
no. I think like here's the thing though, right? Like some days I get up and the first thing I do is draw, and I draw for 16 hours. I might get up to pee and grab a drink, right? Other days it's 4 hours before I even touch a pencil, right? Like after I'm up, right? You're kind of up and you're doing shit and you're whatever, right? And it's like pulling teeth to get into the chair.
Yeah.
Right. But then when you do, you get an 8 or 12 hours out of you, and you loved everything you did. Right. Like sometimes it's the fact of like getting into the chair. Right. And so for some people, like, you know, the blank page is terrifying. Right. And some days the blank page is terrifying. Other days you just sit down and it just pours out of you and you do 5 pages or you do layouts, you do all this other stuff. And it's fine, right? And that's the weird, you know, mercurial thing about art. Like even no matter how much like you learn and how like, you know, you can just sit down and bust out the anatomy and that's fine. It doesn't always feel good.
Well, I use the Clint Helinsky method, and
well, like even
it was not a problem, you know,
right? Like even that though, like
just kidding.
No, I get what you're saying, but like. Even that, when you have everything prepared for you, as it were, right? Like, 'cause sometimes the hardest part about drawing,
starting is always the hardest part. Sometimes,
or just like, you know, like I feel like it's like sometimes I've said before, like, you know, if I ever put out a sketchbook, it's going to be called like, what do I do with my hands? And like, because like a lot of times, like I spend a lot of time just thinking about how I want their hands to be portrayed. Right. And like, because like a lot of times a lot of people just draw a hand down as a fist or do a whatever. And it's, you know, it's kind of meh. Right. But if you got people moving and you got hands and stuff that are expressive and interesting, it makes the whole thing more interesting. And so I just think about hands more than I think about, like, because I can draw a beautiful woman's face or a tough looking dude all day, every day. Like the faces are fucking butter.
I try to do like with hands, Jay. I try to I have a philosophy with hands that the simpler the better. And then when you have a situation for them to be doing this or something, that's when you dive into that specific shot. But I'm not looking for ways of like making hands look interesting when it's not an interesting idea.
Yeah,
you know
like,
what I mean?
Like if I'm not, I guess the best way to put it is like if you're telling a story and it's a guy standing there or whatever, and he's just standing there, you don't need to do something wild with their hands. But usually if you're doing like a pin-up or you're doing some kind of like more, you know, focal kind of piece, I'm like always thinking about how to fucking do something with their hands, right? And I don't have a problem drawing hands. It's just
I get it.
What do I fucking want them to be doing?
It's the thing you try to do. That's why. That's honestly why I keep my Excaliburs right where I can grab them. Yeah. Because, dude, Alan Davis draws the best hands, man.
Yeah, man. Like, I agree.
Yeah, like they're delicate and they're subtle and they're masculine at the same time.
Yeah,
There's something about his choice of lines for hands that just work.
But like the kind of like Alan,
Carlos Marino as well.
Yeah. But like the crazy thing about Alan Davis is like he's like kind of like the fucking like a hidden fucking gem, right? Like a lot of people
super
don't
underrated.
talk about him. Yeah, he's super underrated. But look at any of his like Excalibur shit and just the acting, just like the facial expressions and the motion that every panel has, and just like he just draws the coolest fucking shit and makes it look effortless. Right? Like
when he draws happiness, they look happy.
Yes. Yeah. Like
there's no image artist that can do that.
Yeah, I agree.
They do the smile and it's like, why does Riptide look like Mojo?
Yeah.
You don't know how to draw a smile. You literally don't know how to draw a smile, Rob. Like even Jim draws smiles and they just look like they're being a smartass. They don't look like a soft smile like we're
it's
happy.
Like a gritted teeth smile. It's like
the body doesn't follow the smile.
Yeah.
Like the whole expression of the form.
Yep.
Like I don't draw anything like Alan Davis, but I draw a lot from Alan Davis. Like, do you know what I mean? Like I just love.
I do the
looking at his
same.
Stuff.
Yeah, I do the same. He's my.
I just look at Shelby's stuff.
I don't look at it. I told my buddies, nah, dude. Look, man. We all have our own Jack Kirby. Alan Davis is my Jack Kirby. I would trade Jack Kirby for Alan Davis 7 days a week. 7 days a week, dude.
Yep.
I've learned more from Alan Davis's finished work than I've ever learned from Jack. Nothing against Jack, and I understand his importance. It's nothing about that.
Yep.
It's about what you can take from the finished work and the aesthetic that he brings. It's just so cool, man. Murat's not a huge Davis fan. He tells me, he goes, oh, Davis's characters have rubber bones is what he calls it. And I say, no, that's the contour, man. Like when I talk to other artists, it's funny to hear the way they view artists that I like a lot, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, overall.
Yeah.
Go
get some Excalibur. Look at it, everybody.
Yeah, Davis's best run would be like the first 2 years of Excalibur, and I would actually say his clandestine stuff is awesome.
Yeah,
the clandestine work is really good. You could probably find a hardcover for probably $8 on like Mercari, a hardcover collected edition for that book. Yeah.
So, who do you prefer, Paul Neary or Mark Farmer on Alan Davis?
Both. Honestly, they're both amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Farmer is more sleek, but Paul Neary Paul Neary had a better grasp of how to do the shadows and the hatching, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know,
Did you
one
ever
one of my
pick up?
favorite things at Davis is there's a, I don't have it sitting out here, I don't think. There's a hardcover. Oh no, I got it right here.
Paul Neary did pencil work on Captain America in the early
This right here.
300 issues.
It's the Detective Comic Collection by Alan Davis, and Paul Neary was the inker, I believe, on all of it. And this stuff, to me, like, dude, these books, just as good as Excalibur to me, just as good, man.
Yep.
Right.
I love this book so much.
I did like it when he returned to Excalibur and he was writing it in the what was that, the 60s or 70s
Yeah.
issues? Where he
I got
returned to
high grades. I got high grades. All these. I think I'm gonna. This, dude, I love this cover, dude. This cover right here with the Mad Hatter.
Mm-hmm.
So fun. Yeah, Davis did a whole run here where he did like a lot of the rogue villains, and they're just very good stories. And then I think this also includes. Yeah, this also includes this one here, the one with what's his name, Reaper. Remember this one shot?
Oh yeah.
So this is in it, and then it also has. Make sure I'm not a liar here. I think it has. I guess it. Oh no, it does. The Batman Black and White story he did in the original Volume 1, the original Batman Black and White books.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this one's off the chain because he knew it's black and white, so he
went in.
Dude, bro, the hatching, all the rendering in here is just sick, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Yvonne Rice or Yvonne Reese level rendering, which is
he
not
inking
normal
himself
for
on
him.
that one? Is he inking himself on that black and white? Or somebody
No,
ink him?
Mark Farmer.
Oh, yeah, Mark Farmer's good. He's a good inker.
Yeah, but dude, just he did like that the stipple shading and all that stuff, like all that stuff going on in here, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm a simp, dude. I'm a huge Alan Davis simp, so I love it all. But
yep.
Yeah, I went through an Alan Davis phase, and I've got a bunch of his stuff too.
Yeah, not everything he did was great. I've been building a collection of the Captain and Britain magazines. And I think I'm only missing 2 of them. Oh, nice. There's an omnibus right now that you can get for pretty cheap that has all of that stuff, all the Captain Britain stuff. I'm not a big fan of it. There's something about it. It just when he was only working on UK comics, I like the covers. The covers are fun. The interiors are.
I had to see them, right, and that was the easiest way for me to see them, right.
Yeah.
Was it somebody else inking
For
him
sure.
on the UK stuff that didn't give the same thing?
He was inking some of his own stuff, and I think he already had Neary. I think Neary was already inking some of it. His Miracle Man stuff, I can't look at it. I cannot.
Oh,
the stuff,
I like it. I like his.
when he started, he was working exclusively with Alan Moore. Alan Moore and him were like BFFs. They were working on everything together. They had stuff. They were doing some comics in college together and stuff, like old comic strips and stuff. That work is just bad. Like the heads are like twice as big as they should be, and
Well, he's learning, right? I mean, he was learning.
Yeah. I was kind of asking him a bit. He was really influenced by a lot of like the UK artists that were working on like Judge Dredd and stuff like that.
Yeah, at the time.
What's weird is it doesn't sound like he was really largely influenced by like Neil Adams. And honestly, that was my first thing. I was like, oh, he's a huge Neil Adams fan because the way he renders muscles. No, that was him looking at people like Brian Boland and what was his name? Mike McCone. There's some Judge Dredd artist. It sounds like Mike McMahon that's always in chat. It's not Mike McMahon,
Right.
though. I think
Yeah,
it's spelled
yeah.
differently.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, some old school artist. It sounds like he was looking at him a lot. And then I asked him too about his signature because I heard a rumor way back when I was in like grade school about his autograph, and he confirmed it. He's like, yeah, actually, that's funny that you ask, because so Alan Davis's signature, he used to write it, and it was like chicken scratch. He would just sign it like he signs a check.
Mm-hmm.
He said, my brother hated my autograph, so he drew my signature. So every Alan Davis autograph you see was actually originally drawn by his brother. And he said, I copy the way my brother wrote it. That's how his brother was writing his signature, because he goes, your signature's ugly. Here, do it like this.
Mm-hmm.
So
could be
that Alan
legible.
Davis with the Alan Davis with the really cool, like the curly Q's and the cool
Nice
N with the
swoop.
nice swoop at the end, that was designed by his brother, and he just emulates it. Yeah, so that was pretty
That's
dope.
cool.
I was like, oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's cool. That's weird lore, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Shelby, I wanted to share this with you. I've had this for probably 10 years, maybe more. I'm only about that much in ink. And I've got like 2 more of these. It's the big ones.
Yeah, dude, those other 2 bottles you could probably drink them now. They're probably pure alcohol, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta.
It's probably separated. It's like.
Yeah, I gotta shake them up and stuff.
This smells like turpentine.
Yeah, they smell like death. Yeah, ink.
That's cool.
Well, it smells like rot, right? Or they get fungi or something like that.
Smells like a Tori Amos comic book.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn. Deep cuts.
Hey, you know what I found, Jay? I found, I forgot I even owned it, that Bill Sienkiewicz, Jimi Hendrix comic.
Oh.
I forgot I even had it, dude. Yeah, I was going through some of my books down here, because these all go 2 back, like all these omnibuses. And then in my front room, I have an entire double bookshelf full of comics, like nicer hardcover stuff.
Yeah.
That I'm allowed to have seen by visitors. She don't want none of this X-Men stuff out there. She's like, that stays in your office. That's nerdy shit. She wants the stuff that has nice ribboning and nice like gold foil. What do they call that? The gold and silver printing on the sides of the pages. You know, I forgot what they call that. She's like, that stuff's okay. None of this X-Men crap.
Yeah.
She wants the Gucci stuff out there. The stuff that looks Gucci.
Yeah, stuff that makes us look rich.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, that Neil Adams sketchbook can stay, but Frazetta's got to go. That Frazetta book looks
Frazetta's
janky.
not bougie enough?
Nah, the book looks janky.
Oh, I see.
So now I spilled a bunch of Gatorade on it.
Damn.
That works.
Mm-hmm.
So sad.
All right, gents, we've been going almost 4 hours. Before we go here, I do want to shout out and show a few things here. Let me share screen, and let me share. Where is it?
Jay, what are you drawing?
Share Levi's website here.
Working on my book.
Galaxy Memorial Park.
Show us your pages, Jay. I promise to still half of it.
If you get a chance, check
this?
out Levi's website. It's galaxymemorialpark.com.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And he's got his trailer there. I don't know where the sign-up page is, Levi. I always have a hard time finding that. I'm not sure if there's
It's not on the website yet.
for it. Yeah. So
yeah, it's over on Twitter.
Here's some of
K-pop. Drop the link.
The Drifter and Silverbug. And it's going to be on Fun My Comics soon.
Cool.
And then let me share this tab real quick. If you'd like to get more info, follow Levi over on X. He's got all his other links there. And it's at Levi Skeen. So go check him out over there. But he's also got a X account for Galaxy Memorial Park. And that's GMP Comic on X. And here's the link, I believe, to the sign up or the newsletter where you can get a
QR
free
code.
Yeah.
You should throw that QR on your website, Levi.
Yeah, they're trying to update it, right? Is that right, Levi?
Yeah, Jay's updating it.
Yeah. So
I
there's
threw
that.
the sign up for the newsletter in the chat.
All right, awesome. And then, of course, Levi has his own YouTube channel. It's Levi Skeens. He's got, I think, 13, 14 subs now. So go follow him. He needs some support. Also, here we have, let me see here, share to this tab. Go follow Shelby Roberts over here on his Twitter, his X. And that's Shelby1 Kenobi. And go give him some love and check him out. And then also, Jay Ryan is here on Twitter as well. And go share some love over there and give him some likes. I need to get the notifications on these gents. Yeah, got that one.
There's a notification button?
Yeah, you turn the bell on and you'll get all the posts that you post. And so I haven't seen a whole lot of stuff because I don't have them on. But every once in a while I'll see some stuff. So
yeah, all right.
And Jay, I really like this banner piece. That's awesome.
That banner piece is part of the Last of the Seekers campaign. That piece is the backing for 4 cards in this 4-card set. And so the other side had the covers on it, and when you put them together, it's that piece of art.
The Last of the Seekers. I have that. I got the book and the robot.
Oh, did you get the card pack?
I don't know if I got.
There's like a foil card pack with like the robot's face on it, and if you open those cards, that art is the card pack.
Okay, so I have it. I probably haven't opened the pack. That's what it is.
Well, then when you open that card pack,
this should have been like somewhere. Like it should have been on the cover because this is freaking awesome, sir.
No, thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Dope.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I had a lot of fun.
I'm gonna totally copy that at some point.
Jay, show us your page. Show us your page.
What are you working on? Yeah, show us.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna remove this background.
So shy. He's got to turn off all the layers so we see.
No, I don't got to turn off all the layers, but I'll show you the lady.
All right. See this. Show us this.
Yep.
Can we meet this lady in the what's it called? The hog room? What did Rex call it?
There you go.
The hogging room.
I'm doing the number of layers of lighting and shadow that's going to be on. Yeah.
Nice.
And you can't
Show
see the rest
them
of
the
this.
business.
Yeah, you can't see the rest of this background, but you'll see it. It's going to be like a very large.
The boobs need to have a little push, a little flop in them or something.
Well, she's diving. She's jumping. I'll just say she's. There's been an explosion, and she's diving out of a 50-story building. Right?
Oh shoot! Sounds like fun.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, K-pop. She loves the boobs, so
yeah. Shit's about to get wild. I'll put it that way.
Sounds awesome. What is this book you're working on?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the title of the book yet.
Oh, okay. But it is your own.
Yeah,
book?
it's my own book. The website and all that stuff is coming. It's going to be up soon. I own my .coms and all my biz.
Cool.
And yeah, we'll
so
be.
We can expect a campaign from you soon.
I think I'm gonna do something a little bit different. My plan is to have the books in hand and have them for sale on the site. And also, when I do the crowdfundings, it's going to be for slip covers on the hardcover or things like that, right?
Oh,
like so, Kickstarter would get a limited edition slip cover. Some of them might have like a sketch thing on the slip cover. So when you get it, you'll get a slip cover with a sketch on it. The other slip covers will just be like an additional cover.
That's an interesting, different take.
Yeah,
slip
like
covers?
because I'm doing all the books. Every version of the book until I go to a dirt cheap copy will be a hardcover from the jump.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, there will be no poor man book.
No poor man.
Damn baller.
Yeah. And so, yeah, no, I've been working, and I basically am going to print the books myself, and then the crowdfunding stuff will be the extras, the accoutrement, slip covers.
You're doing the Shelby baller method, Gucci style.
Yeah. Well, my thing is like all these books are going to have ISBN numbers and shit on them. Like I'm not fucking around. Like these things will go to Amazon. These will be sold on my site, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
Cool.
Jay's doing Gucci style. I'm doing Coochie style.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
different.
yeah. That
You know
sounds
what I'm
awesome.
saying?
Yeah,
But
I think I prefer the Shelby method because
Yeah.
everybody loves it. Well, I love the cooch.
You know.
Fish sandwich.
Yeah,
Yeah.
give me the gooch and the cooch. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I gotta finish this.
But yeah, you'll see you'll see a whole bunch of this lady. Her name is Nikki Cartwright, and you'll see a ton of her.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds awesome.
She fights Nikki Cart wrong.
I gotta finish this
Yeah.
piece. Let me.
Yeah, and if you've seen the Skullgirl that I've shown off a few times here and there, she'll be big.
Oh, hey, it's Varen.
Oh, nice.
Very cool.
That's Varen. She's the female rage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you do have a female rage. It's not Rage Talia.
No. Her name's
okay.
Varen. Varen, because I couldn't think of anything else.
Oh man, I thought you would have gone with Rage Talia. Mine's a parody. This one's called Rage Talia. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, do your Rage Taldy parody book.
Yeah.
I just call her Hooker.
Have you seen my my parody book called I Crack Some, Shelby?
Oh.
Oh no.
No. Oh god, no.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, look at those hairy
Dude,
shoulders.
there's a lot of levels. Is it done?
No, well,
book?
I'm starting it. This is kind of the layout and some story ideas. This is his crack home mom. This is his famous YouTube father who was exiled from the medical field.
Damn, this is fucking layered, like a fucking 7-layer dip with a secret 8th layer.
I crack some. Yeah, so his superpowers get turned on when he like smokes crack. So he's got to smoke crack every time before he gets.
You know what?
up.
You know what hurts me?
What's his superpower? Getting on buses and starting fights.
Yeah. Yeah. He likes jumping off buildings for fun and landing on cars, and he giggles.
There's a comedy skit out there called Blackout, man. You should go look it up.
Yeah.
It's about a guy that gets blackout drunk and becomes a superhero when he blacks out.
Yeah. So it's a really stupid comic thing that I'm trying to make.
I cracked.
It's kind of funny, right? It's kind of funny.
It is. I like it. I like it. If you can get a Bic lighter sponsorship out of this, I would also love
trying to kill me. Yeah, a Bic lighter would be down.
Yeah.
Bic light. Damn.
All right, guys.
Who knew there was so much talent in the sphere? That's wild, dude. Look at the eyes, man. Those are. You know, what'd be crazy is if you did a. Do you remember that? Do you remember that DC book that Barton Sears did called Eclipso? If you did the little gems, but for the eyeballs, that'd be crazy, dude.
The gems.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a rough sketch and ballpoint pen, man.
Oh. I love everything about this. It's so fucking great. No, seriously.
All right, guys.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, if you need an ASM 300 for that, let me know.
Yeah, you need to do this.
Oh,
book.
yeah.
You need this
Yeah, that
parody
would be
book.
funny.
Because he would have the crack, but he would be like, and the legs, the crack like.
Instead of the webbing, it's the smoke.
Yep. It's just.
Oh man, that's funny. That's funny.
Let's go.
All right, guys. Thanks for coming on, Shelby. Jay, appreciate you guys so much.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Levi, thanks
Yeah,
for
thanks,
hanging
man.
in there.
No problem.
Thanks for sorry I talk so much.
Are you?
My
No,
family
it's
doesn't
all right.
listen to me, so I have to talk to someone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, wherever you can get it, right?
Nice.
All right, guys. I'm gonna play some videos. No need to hang out. We'll see y'all later. Thanks everybody in chat. Appreciate you guys. Take care. We'll see you next Wednesday.
Except for K-pop.
No,
Not
K-pop's
K-pop,
awesome.
though.
I love her. She's great.
No.
Thanks, K-pop.
No.
And Haldir.
No one-
Haldir's the man.
Yeah. Yeah. fuck that.
Haldier's cool, not K-pop though.
Yeah. Damn, that's my new kink.
New meta. New meta. Best
Where did it go?
Yeah,
meta
I don't
to
know.
date, I believe.
I need more practice.
Damn.
Later, John.
Can't feel my mouse. It takes some getting used to. Oh, there it is. Here's my mouse. Okay.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Mike. Mike. What day is it, Mike? What day is it, Mike? What day? Uh-oh.
It's hump day.
Hump day. Hump day. Huh? Anybody?
It's hump day.
Guess what day it is? I know you can hear me. Hump day. Guess what day it is? What day is it, Mike?
Happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day.
Get happy. Get Geico.
It's hump day.
Hump day.
The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border. There are legal methods by which migration can and should occur. But we, as one of our priorities, will discourage illegal migration. And I believe if you come to our border, you will be turned back. I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come. It's got to be great for our country, for our community, for everybody in here, because believe me, we are all suffering, and we're suffering big league, and it's getting worse. A disaster.
But we, as one of our priorities, will discourage illegal migration.
Wrong.
And I believe if you come to our border, you will be turned back.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best.
I want to be clear
They're not sending you.
to folks in this
They're not
region
sending
who are
you.
thinking about making
They're sending people
that dangerous
that
trek
have lots of problems.
to the United
And
States
they're bringing
Mexico
those
border.
problems with us.
Do not come. Do not.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
So strong.
Do not come.
We have made them that way for
Do not come.
which is wreaking havoc
Do not come.
all over the world.
Do not come.
People are scared.
Do not come.
You're gonna see some real good things. I'm going to.
Do not.
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 I'm going to.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come. So strong.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There it was, the birth of my dick. the most significant thing to ever happen in our species. Now, that makes for some interesting phenomena. My dick begins to grow. My dick. My big ass dick. The most powerful dick in the world. I've got this big ass dick. This huge dick. The most powerful dick in the world. Here's what happens. My dick begins to grow. The power to stretch. Earth is turning into and out of my dick. My big ass dick. The most powerful dick in the world. I've got this big ass dick. This huge dick. The most powerful dick in the world. To the center of the earth. A stream of atoms. Oops! The wind changed directions. And all of a sudden, you become a victim of my dick. My big ass dick. The most powerful dick in the world. I've got this big ass dick. This huge dick. The most powerful dick in the world. You're not supposed to drop your dick. Drop your dick. Drop your dick. Drop your dick. Ever. You're not supposed to drop your dick. Drop your dick.
This is great. He's making it